Hey y'all, on my I-78, welcome, 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 welcome. Festivities have
Our
begun.
Commander-in-Chief, President Donald Trump, putting America first. It doesn't matter the situation, whether he's meeting with foreign leaders, we're meeting in the Oval Office, or he's talking to soldiers. He's the same leader we know and love. He's laser focused on America first, on peace through strength, and on supporting our American warfighters and vets. You know exactly where his compass is. You know exactly what he believes. And what I tell troops when we travel across the world, and I've had a chance to meet so many of you fine Americans, what I always say, the message from our Commander-in-Chief is, he has your back. That matters. Let me tell you, I've been, not that long ago, in shoes and boots similar to yours. And when I was going on a mission, or I was about to take part in something that was uncertain, involved complications, the fog of war, all I wanted to know was that my company commander, battalion commander, brigade commander, division commander, and my commander-in-chief had my back when I had to do difficult things on behalf of the nation, where politicians in air-conditioned offices don't understand and they want to second guess. President Donald J. Trump has your back. So at the Defense Department, we're doing three critical things at his direction. Number one, we're restoring the warrior ethos. We're getting back to basics. Standards, accountability, readiness, training, warfighting, lethality. We're not a college or a university. We're not interested in your woke garbage and your political correctness. We're warfighters who close with and destroy the enemy on behalf of our nation when we come home to those we love, because we don't fight because we hate what's in front of us. We fight because we love what's behind us. That's what makes the American soldier different. So we're restoring the warrior ethos back to basics. We're also rebuilding our military. We'll have the first $1 trillion budget. You will have the best equipment in your hands to stare down the enemy, from multi-billion-dollar platforms to the best rifles, to the best equipment, to hypersonics and drones and fighters and jets, ships and carriers. Everything you need, President Trump will make sure you have. We're rebuilding the military after 4 years of deferred maintenance. And finally, we're reestablishing deterrence. Our allies know that we stand with them, and our adversaries know what we are capable of doing to them, so that we can maintain peace through strength. President Trump seeks peace. He wants peace. So do I. So do you. For our families, for our kids and our grandkids. But those who long for peace must prepare for war. And that's something the 82nd Airborne, America's 911, does every single day. So it's an absolute honor to be your 29th Secretary of Defense. You have my pledge that every single day our focus is on you and your mission and having your back. And you're about 1 minute away from hearing from your Commander-in-Chief, President Donald Trump. God bless you and God bless our nation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your Commander-in-Chief, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
Come on, y'all. Don't play with the sound. Oh, yeah. No, we're not doing any of that.
Wow. Wow. That's a beautiful sight, and it's a beautiful sight to be with you in a place called Fort Bragg. Can you believe they changed that name in the last administration for a little bit? But we'll forget all about that. We're going to forget all about it. I want to just say God bless the U.S. Army and God bless the USA. Great place, great group. I want to thank so many incredible soldiers and paratroopers, pilots, warriors for that awesome display of pure, unrivaled American military might. I just saw something that was crazy. You don't want to mess. I've been saying a long time, we have the best. Nobody even comes close, but they just gave me a display that you might be lucky not to see it because it's a little scary. It was beautiful to watch. Let's hear it for the Army Special Operations and Command and the 82nd Airborne Division and the 18th Airborne Corps. What a show it was and what a show it continues to be. And Saturday is going to be a big day in Washington, D.C. You know, a lot of people said, we don't want to do that. I say, yeah, we do. We want to show off a little bit. You know, recently, other countries celebrated the victory of World War I. France was celebrating, really. They were all celebrating. The only one that doesn't celebrate is the USA, and we're the ones that won the war. Without us, you'd all be speaking German right now. Maybe a little Japanese thrown in. But we won the war. And we don't celebrate, but we're going to celebrate on Saturday, and we're going to celebrate from now on. We're going to celebrate our greatness and our achievements. This week, we honor 250 years of valor and glory and triumph by the greatest fighting force ever to walk the face of the earth, the United States Army. For 2.5 centuries, our soldiers have marched into the raging fires of battle and obliterated America's enemies. There's never been anything like it. There's never been a force like this. And I rebuilt it. I gave you so much money for 4 years. It was crazy. And we just approved our largest budget for military operations, over $1 trillion. We've never even come close. But our army has smashed foreign empires, humbled kings, toppled tyrants, and hunted terrorist savages through the very gates of hell. Our soldiers do not rest until they win. You know that better than anybody. From June 1775 to June 2025, those foolish enough to challenge America's army have been met with unyielding strength, unbreakable spirit, and unstoppable, overwhelming force. Time and again, our enemies have learned that if you dare to threaten the American people, American soldier will chase you down, crush you, and cast you into oblivion. That's what happens, unfortunately. Doesn't sound very nice, but it's true, isn't it? The last sound you ever hear will be the dueling howl of Black Hawks in the dead of night, the thunderous boom of artillery fire, or the ferocious roar of a U.S. Army infantry brigade charging over the horizon. That brigade is going to charge like you've never seen before, and hopefully I can keep you out of that, but if I don't, you're ready. Is that right? If I can keep you out of it, if I keep you out of it, that's okay, but if we need it, you're ready.
He did.
You know, it's called peace through strength, isn't it? Peace through strength. For our adversaries, there's no greater fear than the United States Army. They all fear us, and we have the greatest force anywhere on earth. You know, you read different stories that others are building and building and building. We have a force like no other. They said it would take 5 years to defeat ISIS. We did it in 4 weeks. 4 weeks. We let them go. Unlike other of your leaders, I let him go. And we had General Raisin Kane, who's now the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, because I liked him. He was a warrior. He was a great warrior. And now he's been rewarded for his incredible work. But they said it would take 5 years. So we did it in 4 weeks. Someday I'm going to ask him to explain that one to me. But it was the television generals that said that. The real generals got out and fought, and nobody fought like them ever. But for the American people, there's no greater pride, because you are the righteous sword of American justice and the ultimate shield of American freedom. This week, we remember that we only have a country because we first had an army. The army was first. In fact, the army was even before the country. You know that, right? 1 year before the country. After 250 years, we still proudly declare that we are free because you are strong. You are so strong. We're safe because you are brave, and America's flag will never fall because America's army will never, ever fail. Never going to fail. Every branch of the armed forces has played a critical role in protecting our nation, but no one has done more fighting, bleeding, and winning than the U.S. Army. Nobody's done that. The Army has earned more combat medals and more battle ribbons than any other service, and 70% of all of the medals of honor. We give away medals of honor all the time at the White House to incredibly brave people, but you have 70% of them, Army soldiers, and especially our Army paratroopers, truly go all the way. You know that expression, all the way. It's one of your beautiful expressions. As President of the United States, let me express my undying gratitude to our nation for every soldier here today, for every veteran and their families, those incredible families that are with us and all across America, and for every patriot who has worn the uniform over 250 years. Can you imagine that? We thank you from the absolute bottom of our hearts. Few places loom larger in Army lore than where we are gathered today. The one and only Fort Bragg, the one and only Fort Bragg. But remember, it was only that little brief moment that it wasn't called Fort Bragg. It was by the Biden administration, not Trump. I had nothing to do with it. We got it changed. We said, I came here numerous times, and everybody, they kept saying Fort Bragg, Fort Bragg. I said, it's not the name, but then I was making a speech. I said, what do you think I should call this place? Call it Fort Bragg. I said, Fort Bragg, how you doing? We won a lot of battles from this place, and that's the way it is. It wasn't even close. When Pete and some of the generals came to see me, I said, not even close, not even close. This is the home of the Green Berets, the Sky Dragons, and the All-American 82nd Airborne. We know what 82nd Airborne Division. This is where the GIs who won the Second World War learned to pack their parachutes and push howitzers and go right into those C-47s with lots of arms and push them right out those big, beautiful doors and wield their bayonets and pry the enemy from the hedgerows of the French countryside. France needed us badly. We were there. A lot of people needed us badly. They still do, maybe worse than ever. It was here in the soil that the Army forged the medal that held strong at Bastogne. It was here the mighty paratroopers earned their wings before they rained down death from above to liberate Sicily, Normandy, and even the Netherlands. That's right. We saved the Netherlands. Every inch of this base is steeped in the legacy of those warriors who have said with pride, "Sir, I trained at Fort Bragg, sir." That was pretty cool. And that is why we restored the historic name of this very, very special place. I don't know if it could be the same place. Fort Bragg is in, that's the name. And Fort Bragg, it shall always remain. That's never going to be happening again. And for a little news for the fake news back there, the fake news, ladies and gentlemen, look at them all. Oh, yeah, what I have to put up with. Fake news. What I have to put up with. But they're all right. They've been very nice today. They were impressed with that display, I can tell you that. I think it took them a little by surprise. But for a little breaking news, we are also going to be restoring the names to Fort Pickett, Fort Hood, Fort Gordon, Fort Rucker, Fort Polk, Fort A.P. Hill, and Fort Robert E. Lee. We won a lot of battles out of those forts. It's no time to change. And I'm superstitious. You know, I like to keep it going, right? I'm very superstitious. We want to keep it going. So that's a big story. We just announced that today to you for the first time. They said, why didn't you wait till Saturday? I said, I can't wait. I got to talk to my friends here today. This is a record crowd. You know, you never had a crowd this big. That's an honor. You think this crowd would have showed up for Biden? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I want to thank so many great leaders here today, including Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, who's been great. By the way, Pete, thank you. Great. And he went through the wars, you know? Pete went through the wars. He had to get through a very hostile group of people that I think really don't want to see America be great again, maybe, or something, but he persevered and he got there and he's doing a fantastic job. Great job, Pete. Thank you very much. Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Doug Collins, a fantastic man. Thank you, Doug. You're doing a great job. Doing a great job. Way, way up from the last administration, Veterans Administration. It's way up. You saw the recent poll. The people are happy. They weren't happy a couple of years ago. They were really happy 5 years ago, but it went downhill from there. We did so much. We got you medical. If you had to wait, if you had to delay at all, you go out to see a private doctor. We pay the bill. You take care of it. You don't wait for 6 months and end up getting very sick on something that could have been done with a little shot or a pill. We did that. Then they wanted to drop that. I said, we're not dropping it. But Doug, I'm proud of you. I just heard some great things. Thank you very much. The Secretary of the Army, a really brilliant young guy, went to Yale. Can't have everything. Top student, Dan Driscoll. Thank you. Thank you, Dan. And we have your senators, Senator Ted Budd and Senator Tom Tillis. Thank you, fellas. Thank you.
All I got for that is,
Congressman Richard Hudson, Pat Harrigan. Where's Pat? Pat? Good, Pat. You're doing great. You guys are amazing. And we have the big brass, General Andrew Pappas. General, thank you. Thank you, General. Doing a great job. General John Braja. John, thank you. Great job. Thank you for today, John. General Greg Anderson. Thank you. Thank you, Greg. Thank you. Sergeant Major of the Army, Michael Weimer. And before going further, I want to say a few words about the situation in Los Angeles, California. Have you heard of the place? Where I've deployed thousands of National Guard troops and hundreds of Marines to protect federal law enforcement from the attacks of a vicious and violent mob. And some of the radical left, they say, oh, that's not nice. Well, if we didn't do it, there wouldn't be a Los Angeles. It'd be burning today, just like their houses were burning a number of months ago. Generations of Army heroes did not shed their blood on distant shores only to watch our country be destroyed by invasion and third world lawlessness here at home, like is happening in California. As Commander-in-Chief, I will not let that happen. It's never going to happen. What you're witnessing in California is a full-blown assault on peace, on public order, and on national sovereignty carried out by rioters bearing foreign flags with the aim of continuing a foreign invasion of our country. We're not going to let that happen. Remember, millions of people were allowed to come into our country totally unchecked and unvetted by stupid people or radical
the
people or
uniform,
sick
man.
people. But regardless, open border policy, the dumbest policy yet. I would say even dumber than men playing in women's sports, transgender for everyone. Even dumber than that. They're hurling bricks and cinder blocks at law enforcement. Did you see they're breaking up the sidewalks and the curbs, breaking it up with big, strong hammers? These guys are professionals. These are not amateurs. They're breaking it up because they took the bricks away from them. They came in with bricks, red bricks, that they could throw at our military and at the police in LA, who are very good, but they weren't aggressive like our soldiers. Our soldiers really were aggressive, but they all worked together. But they came in with bricks, they were taken away, and they had hammers. Oh, wow, how did that happen? And they're pounding the sidewalk. I said, what the hell is he doing? And he's breaking it up and making it into concrete bombs in a way, and they're dropping them on our military. They're throwing them at our military. Pretty good arms they had, too. Hits guys right in the face, big chunk of concrete, worse than a brick. They're taking them up to the bridges, and they're dropping them in the cars that are going by. These are animals. But they proudly carry the flags of other countries, but they don't carry the American flag. They only burn it. Did you see a lot of the flags being burned? They weren't being burned by people from our country or from people that love our country. People that burn the American flag should go to jail for 1 year. That's what they should be doing. 1 year. And we'll see if we can get that done. We're going to try and get that done. We're working with some of your senators. I know Senator Josh Hawley is very much involved. And I know the two senators from here. I think are you guys in favor of it? Boy, would this be a bad time for them to say no. I got you. I got those 2 votes. The agitators are throwing firebombs, Molotov cocktails, lighting vehicles ablaze. You saw all the cars that were burning, mobbing police officers and ICE officers who are the toughest people you'll ever meet, and they love our country, and they're getting really they want to stomp on them, but they're too tough. They don't allow it. And attempting to infiltrate and occupy federal buildings wearing armor and face shields. The best money can buy, somebody's financing it. We're going to find out through Pam Bondi and Department of Justice who it is. They're already on it. Who's financing all this equipment? Very professional. Under the Trump administration, this anarchy will not stand. We will not allow federal agents to be attacked, and we will not allow an American city to be invaded and conquered by a foreign enemy. That's what they are. A lot of those people were let in here by the Biden administration. They just poured right in. They came from prisons. They came from jails from all over the world. They came from mental institutions. They were the leaders of gangs. They were drug lords allowed to come into our country. Their countries threw them out. Their countries would bus them or drive them right to our border and say, go in there. You ever come back, we're going to kill you. And we got them, and we're getting them out of here. I want to applaud the courage and the strength of the incredible troops who are right now standing guard to protect federal property and personnel and uphold the supremacy of federal law. That's what they're doing. They're protecting our ICE agents. They're protecting the police in Los Angeles. The head of the police in Los Angeles, a good man. I hear a good man, but he was actually saying we really did need this help. It had gotten away from them. It had long gotten away. And we gave it to them. Not only are these service members defending the honest citizens of California, they're also defending our republic itself. And they are heroes. They're in there, they're heroes. They're fighting for us. They're stopping an invasion, just like you'd stop an invasion. The big difference is most of the time when you stop an invasion, they're wearing a uniform. In many ways, it's tougher when they're not wearing a uniform because you don't know exactly who they are. In Los Angeles, the governor of California, the mayor of Los Angeles, they're incompetent. and they paid troublemakers, agitators, and insurrectionists. They're engaged in this willful attempt to nullify federal law and aid the occupation of the city by criminal invaders. That's what it is. They're invaders, no different. Their position is that the rioting will not stop unless ICE withdraws from Los Angeles and ceases the enforcement of federal immigration law. In other words, they came in here illegally. Many of them came out of prisons and jails, the most heinous people. They came from all over the world. They came from the Congo in Africa. They came from Asia. They came from the prisons of these places. They were put into the United States and allowed to stay here because we had a grossly, grossly unfit president who listened to whoever was operating the auto pen. And they allowed these people to stay. And by the way, I've known this guy for a long time. He was never the sharpest bulb. But you know what he was? He wasn't a radical left lunatic. He never dreamt about open borders. He never said that when he was of sound mind, which actually was a very long time ago. So sad what they've done to our country. I will say that without question, however, you're seeing the financial numbers. We've now got the hottest country anywhere in the world. And 6 months ago, it was the coldest country. We're being laughed at all over the world. I was in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE. We brought back $5.1 trillion into our country. And all three leaders, they're great leaders, all three said, you know, you are presiding over the hottest country anywhere in the world. And they said the exact same thing. They said 6 months ago, it was the coldest country. I'll tell you, it changed on a date. You know what November 5th was? It was the election of a president that loves you. And that's when it all changed. That's when it all changed. Within the span of a few decades, Los Angeles has gone from being one of the cleanest, safest, and most beautiful cities on earth to being a trash heap with entire neighborhoods under the control of transnational gangs and criminal networks. It's horrible what's happened so quickly. As the entire world can now see, uncontrolled migration leads to chaos, dysfunction, and disorder. And you know what? They have it in Europe too. It's happening in many of the countries of Europe. They don't like it when I say it, but I'll say it loudly and clearly. They better do something before it's too late. Very simply, we will liberate Los Angeles and make it free, clean, and safe again. It's happening very quickly. The one big, beautiful bill, you've heard about it. We call it the one big, I was on one of the television shows, I think Deface the Nation. Ladies and gentlemen, Deface the Nation. It's actually called Face the Nation for those of you that are smart enough not to know, because you're better off not knowing. But I was on one of the shows, and I said, we got to get a great bill. They said, would you like it to be one bill, or would you like it to be 7 or 8 bills? They said, I want one big, beautiful bill. And the Republican Party liked that statement. They call it one big, beautiful bill. So that's good. And that's what it is. It's great. And it's currently before Congress. It provides all necessary funding for ICE, for Border Patrol, and for the Department of Defense. And I told you at a level that we've never had before, over $1 trillion. We better get that bill approved. Otherwise, your helicopters and your planes and your equipment's going to start to look a little bit old, General. You better push your favorite congressman. You better push these 2 senators. I think they're in good shape, however. But we got to get it approved. And those congressmen by you are all 100%. I don't even have to talk to them. They've been so great. So I want to sign this into law immediately. And with the signing, so many great things will happen to our country. No tax on tips. Think of that. No tax, seniors on Social Security. No tax on overtime. They're going to pay for themselves. And if you get a car, and if you borrow money to buy the car, we're going to let you deduct the interest payment if it's a new car made in America. Only if it's made in America. If it's made in Japan or China or any place else, we're not really interested in your deduction. I was elected winning all 7 swing states, the popular vote by millions and millions of votes in all counties throughout America by 2,750 to 525. That's what I call a big number. But this is a mandate from the people to restore the sovereign borders of the United States, and that is exactly what we're doing. Not only the borders, the financial institutions, and our country itself. We will not be deterred, and the mob in Los Angeles or anyone else, anywhere else, will not succeed. They don't even have a little chance. And I will be calling you early as I see this happening, because, you know, in theory, I guess you could say a governor could call, but they don't call. They let their city burn, like in Minneapolis with this guy who ran for vice president against JD. That was a good debate, JD against this guy. Remember how bad he was? That was one of the, I said, JD, there's never been a man like you're competing against. This is the worst. I think he's running for president too. Can you believe it? But he's a radical left lunatic. And I'll never forget, in Minnesota, that city was burning down. Minneapolis was burning down. It was going to burn to the ground, and he wouldn't call the guard. And I waited for a long time, and I called the guard, and I saved it, but I wish I would have called it the first day. And I said, you know, if this ever happens again, because I was thinking about running because the election was rigged and stolen, we all know it. I said, we're going to run again, and if I win, which I hope, remember, we're going to make it too big to rig. But we did. We won by millions and millions of votes. So beautiful to watch. That was such a beautiful 9:02 in the evening. They said, ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump is projected to be the winner. I said, well, you think that was easy? I don't think these ladies from North Carolina think it was easy. You know, they followed me. I don't know what happened to their husbands. They're married to very nice people. But they've been to, what, 138 rallies? They said more. And they're from North Carolina. It's nice that we have one nearby finally, right? They go all over the country. I don't know what the hell's going on, but they're great. They're North Carolina, beautiful, wonderful woman, and we appreciate it. Like 130 rallies or some crazy number. Are your husbands satisfied with that? Are they okay? Oh, here he is. He showed up. One of them showed up. That's great. Congratulations. Great women, actually. The great patriots. We will use every asset at our disposal to quell the violence and restore law and order right away. We're not going to wait 7 days and 8 days and wait for a governor that's never going to call and watch cities burn. And let me tell you, if we didn't do this, Los Angeles would burn. It would be burning to the ground right now, just like their houses burned to the ground just a few months ago. And the only flag that will wave triumphant over the streets of Los Angeles is the American flag. So help me God. The American flag is the one that's going to wave triumphantly over the street. And now let's get back to the true reason we're here today, celebrating 250 years of unbreakable Army courage. This week, we commemorate not just the starting point in Army history, but a turning point in the history of the world. That's how important it is. When the Continental Congress created the Army and appointed its first commander, named happened to be George Washington. Has anybody heard of him? George Washington. Are you okay, darling? Are you all right? Yeah, take your time, please. Doctor, please. Doctor. Doctor in the house. Thank you. Thank you very much. These are great people. They've been waiting here a long time, General. So, you know, we want to give them all the time they need, right? Thank you very much. Greatest people in the world. They're amazing. Amazing. Oh, good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, honey. Thank you. Beautiful young person. Beautiful young person. We have a lot of young people. You know, they have. We won young people, old people, and everything in between. It's sort of nice. Remember, they used to say, but Trump doesn't have the young people. We won everything. Thank you very much, Doctor. Great job. When the Continental Congress created the Army and appointed its first commander, General George Washington, they sent the fierce spirit of a free nation into battle under a rallying cry that echoes to this day: give me liberty or give me death. Have you heard of it? Quite a beautiful statement. Think of what that means. Give me liberty or give me death. I know exactly what that means. Just 3 days after the birth of the Army, the great patriot, founding father, Dr. Joseph Warren, was on the front lines as a soldiers stood totally outnumbered and outgunned at Bunker Hill. They had a group of soldiers against them that was supposed to be, in that day, unbeatable. Warren's mother had begged him, son, please don't do it. She said, please, please don't do it. Don't risk your life for even the patriot cause, please. And he replied, wherever danger is, dear mother, there your son will be. I will either set my country free or shed my last drop of blood to make us so. So beautiful. So the words are so beautiful. At Bunker Hill, Warren kept his vow, fighting and fighting and fighting and loving his country until he fell, drenched in blood, and gave his life at the very young age of 34. Exactly 250 years later, we are joined by Dr. Warren's great-great-great-great-great-grandson, and it's 7 generations down, and now an Iraq war veteran, retired Army specialist, Scott Warren, is here with his daughter, Sergeant E5 Carrington Sanders of Fort Irwin. I want to just, where are you? Where would you be in this big crowd? Thank you very much. What an honor. What an honor. You look great too, by the way. You really look great. Thank you very much. What a great family. But you carry in your veins the love and devotion of a martyr for American liberty. Please stand. Just put that hand up once more for the people, because they want. Thank you very much. You're looking good. Looking good. Good genes. Good genetics. Thank you both. Thank you very much. The life of a soldier is not just a job, it's a calling and a sacred tradition passed down from father to son, brother to sister, and one generation to the next. At every hour of danger, our noblest citizens have answered that call, kissed their loved ones goodbye, and run to the sound of guns. You run to the sound of guns, you're running right into them, you're going to win. When the British tried to reconquer our young nation in 1812, 1,000 Americans at Fort McHenry fought off a British invasion fleet, 5,000 strong. They say it was unstoppable. Lieutenant Francis Scott Key, you all heard the name, watched from Baltimore Harbor as the Army kept Old Glory flying high. Many people died. Deeply inspired, he wrote a poem in tribute to Army courage and American pride, known today as the Star-Spangled Banner, or our national anthem. Great. 8 generations later, we're joined by a descendant of Francis Scott Key, who has spent 2 decades in uniform, Major Kyle Key of Army National Guard fame. Please, Major, where are you, Major? Thank you. Thank you. Looking good too. What's going on here? These guys they all come from a very fine strain of blood. That's great genetics is right. Thank you both very much. Major Key, thank you for helping to keep this incredible land of ours free and the home of the brave, and that's what it was. Through the decades that followed, the Army conquered the great frontier, won the war that restored our nation and broke forever the chains of slavery. A generation later, the Army's Rough Riders stormed up San Juan Hill with Colonel Theodore Roosevelt and swept the last foreign empire from the American hemisphere, forever swept. In World War I, our doughboys fought bravely in the Valley of the Marne and in the Argonne. There in 1918, a devout Tennessee Christian named Alvin York, you know that name, charged across an open field towards the German machine guns. They were firing at levels at that time that nobody had ever seen before. They were knocking down everything in their way, including giant trees were coming down. The enemy mowed down more than half of his platoon almost immediately. The platoon was going down like nobody's ever thought possible. But York pressed on into the jaws of death. He slayed German after German and returned with 132 prisoners from behind the enemy lines. And he had the option of killing them, and he didn't want to do that. And that's okay, isn't it, right? It's okay. But he brought 132 back, and his actions and the actions of that great day, that crazy but great day, Sergeant York earned the Congressional Medal of Honor and became one of the most famed and decorated heroes of the First World War. Very famous, actually, because of the movie that was made. And we're joined today by Sergeant York's grandson, Army Colonel Gerald York. Gerald? Thank you. Thank you, Gerald. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to have you. Thank you, Gerald. At his grandfather's funeral in 1964, Gerald was told by the command sergeant major of Fort Bragg that it was about time he joined the Army. And he volunteered for combat in Vietnam and gave the Army 31 of his best years. No, I think your best years are right now. You look very good. Your best years are right now. Keep it going. But Colonel York, we salute you. We salute your family and the fame and the bravery of your family. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. And in World War II, the Army once again came to the free world's rescue. Among the millions and millions who volunteered was Henry Armstrong. He enlisted 6 months before his high school graduation and did basic training right here at Fort Bragg. By the next year, he was in Normandy. He fought his way across France as part of Patton's Third Army, crossed the Rhine into the heart of Germany, and helped liberate a Nazi concentration camp. He was a brave person. Command Sergeant Major Henry Armstrong is here with us today. He's 100 years old, a veteran of numerous World War II battles, and 41 years in the Army. Thank you. Wow. These are great, amazing people. Thank you very much. Great. Thank you very much. He's joined by his grandson, Army Major Dennis Armstrong. Dennis, I assume that's you, right? Thank you, Dennis. And Dennis's wife, Captain Shelley Armstrong. They love the military and they love our country. Thank you very much, Shelley. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And their son, Tanner. Where's Tanner? Let me see. Oh, he looks good too. They all look good. Tanner might look the best, actually. Thank you very much. Who's an active duty staff sergeant in the 82nd Airborne right here in Fort Bragg. He could right now run for office, I think. He's very popular. In Korea, our warriors held the front line in the battle against communism and liberated millions and millions into the light of freedom. To Vietnam, we sent some of the toughest men who ever wore Army boots, an olive drab. One of them was Joe Marm of Pennsylvania. He was 23 years old when his platoon was ordered to rescue soldiers surrounded by the enemy in the Battle of Ia Drang. Lieutenant Marm charged into heavy fire, killing 4 enemy soldiers in the brush before sprinting across 40 yards of open field. His teammates could not believe he was doing it, actually, they said. He then tossed a grenade that killed 8 Viet Cong gunners, plunged into the trenches and killed still more before being shot in the jaw, badly in the jaw. He successfully cleared the way for his men to save their stranded comrades, and frankly, for his men to save their own lives. He was unbelievable. For his exceptional bravery, Lieutenant Marm received the Congressional Medal of Honor and retired as an Army colonel after 30 years of service. Colonel Marm is here today with his two sons, Will and Walter, both Army Rangers. What a great family legacy. Please stand up. How's your jaw feeling? All right? The jaw? It's all right? Looks pretty good. I wish mine looked that good. It's very good. Thank you very much. Great family. Appreciate it. Real heroes. In the modern era, our soldiers have charged into the darkest caves and ventured into the most God-forsaken places to vanquish the forces of radical Islamic terror from the face of the earth. In 2007, Chief Warrant Officer Eric Phillips was stationed at a remote outpost in the Afghan mountains when a massive Taliban force attacked from all sides. He thought he was finished. For 3 hours, he led a hellacious counter-assault to successfully repulse the enemy in close combat. In the same deployment, Eric again repelled an attack by a vastly larger enemy force, saving countless lives. For his spectacular gallantry, Chief Phillips earned the Distinguished Service Cross and the Silver Star, becoming among the most highly decorated warriors of any branch in the war on terror. Actually, he is the most decorated, and it's not even that close. Many, many battles, many, many medals. And he's with us today, Chief Phillips. You did us all proud. Please stand up, Chief Phillips. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. You are Army strong. Thank you very much, Chief. From the American Revolution until today, the story of the Army is the tale of an unbroken chain of American patriots who gave all they had for this country. It is the saga of epic men like Washington and Jackson, Grant and Custer, Pershing and Eisenhower, Patton and MacArthur, Wild Bill Donovan, and the great General William Yarborough, father of the Green Berets. You know that, the Green Berets? You know that? William Yarborough. It's the story of fabled units like the Old Guard, the Iron Brigade, the Big Red One, the Buffalo Soldiers, the Harlem Hellfighters, the Tuskegee Airmen, the Screaming Eagles, and George Patton's Hell on Wheels. They called it Hell on Wheels. When he was after you, it was not good. The weapons of war have changed with every generation, but the unflinching loyalty of the American soldier has always remained the same. The Army has always stayed true to its motto, this we'll defend. You know that, this we'll defend. Army warriors who have laid down their lives for America rest by the thousands in the sacred soil of Arlington and Gettysburg, Anzio and Manila, and to far-off places known only to God. We owe everything to them. Today, we renew our devotion to the cause of liberty for which they so selflessly lived and fought and so bravely died. There could be no greater tribute to their memory than to prepare the Army to dominate America's enemies for the next 250 years and more than that. That's why under the Trump administration, we're focused on restoring the spirit of the U.S. Armed Forces. No soldier ever volunteered for the Army to be lectured about transgender diversity or inclusion. You don't want to hear that. Transgender for everybody. We don't do that. America's patriots joined the Army to kick down doors, storm beaches, kill terrorists, and win America's wars. That's what we want. And that's what you want. And to that end, we're making that record investment, but not only in the Army and the other forces also, because you work together as a team. And we're including in that and across the board. Now, you don't have to take this if you don't want. You could be great patriots. Say, I don't want to raise. I will not accept it. Let it go back into our country. Let's give it to Gavin Newsom so he can waste it in Los Angeles. No, we don't want to do that, but we're giving you across the board raise for every single service member in the U.S. Armed Forces. We're giving you across the board, and you deserve it. You know, we spend so much money on things that we shouldn't be spending it on. But I think those days are stopping, Mr. Senators and congressmen that are with us. As part of our one big, beautiful bill, we are also investing over $1 billion to update your on-base housing. And we're building a state-of-the-art missile defense shield to protect our homeland. And it's called the Golden Dome. It's going to be all made in America. We've done it for others. We're now doing it, about time, right? We're doing it for ourselves. After years of recruiting shortfalls, this is, to me, maybe the most exciting things. We're setting the strongest peacetime recruiting records ever. Just think of this. 6 months ago, we couldn't recruit anybody to join the military. Nobody wanted to join. That was 6 months ago. And then we had the election of November 5th. And now we have the strongest recruiting numbers in the history of our country. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? We've already surpassed our recruiting targets for 2025, and we're not done yet. And I'll tell you, it doesn't make you feel good when you had to hear 6, 7 months ago that nobody wants to join the Army. They don't want to join our military. Frankly, they didn't want to join our police, our firemen. They lost confidence. They lost faith in our country. And just a short number of months later, we're setting all-time records. In fact, your job might be in jeopardy. Somebody else may come in and take it. That was bad. We'll get you out of here. You have to be good. We're getting the best people that you've ever seen. We're getting people that I don't think we've ever seen anything like it. Great people are coming in. Doesn't it make you feel good, though? You have something and you're doing something and other people want to join you. Isn't that a great feeling? And wasn't it a lousy feeling just a short time ago when they announced, you know, you're a soldier and you're proud of your country and you're proud of the Army in your case, and you're reading stories about nobody wants to come in and join the military, right? Isn't that lousy? Even the ladies from North Carolina were not happy with that. But then we had a great election. It was amazing. Too big to rig. We had a great election, and all of a sudden, the people are pouring in, and we have incredible people like Pete and the others that are here, Dan. I think they made a big difference. I really do. So thank you very much. All of you guys, I think you've really made a big difference. The Army will soon be stronger, bigger, and better than ever before. And every new soldier that joins our ranks will kindle the same fighting spirit exemplified by the likes of Sergeant Major Jim Schmidt, who's no longer with us. At 15 years old, after lying about his age, because he wanted to get in so badly, Jim trained at Fort Bragg to fight in World War II. When Jim's middle school wrote to ask if he would attend his 8th grade graduation, he wrote back, "That will be impossible, as I'm rather busy now. I'm in the hinterlands hunting down Germans," and I have to say this, and Italians. I know there are a couple of Germans and Italians here. As a paratrooper, he made the famous drops at Sicily and Salerno while still a young boy, too young to be in. The Army kicked him out. They found out about it. They kicked him out. They discovered he was way underage. They said, "Jim, you got to get out of here. You're a hell of a soldier, but you got to get out." But that didn't stop Jim. He enlisted in the Navy. But the moment he turned 18, he came right back and he joined the 82nd Airborne. How about that? He went on to fight at the Chosin Reservoir in Korea, rough place. Saw combat in Vietnam and ended his career right back at Fort Bragg, having earned 2 Silver Stars, 3 Bronze Stars, and 2 Purple Hearts. With us today is Jim's widow, Peggy, and their beloved grandson, Army Specialist Christian Forbes, who is currently deployed at our southern border, defending our country from an invasion, whether we like it or not. It's an invasion, but I don't know if you've heard, the invasion was 99.9% stopped. Do you hear that? 99? Could even be more right. 99.999 stopped. That invasion is stopped. So I think he's in good shape. Specialist Forbes, I want to thank you for defending America. And you've obviously done a good job because that invasion has been stopped, and we appreciate you being here. Thank you, wherever you may be. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Great. We stopped that sucker, didn't we, huh? We stopped it. Thank you very much. Each and every one of you here today carries in your souls the love, strength, and courage of millions upon millions of Army patriots who came before you. Your uniforms bear the same stars and stripes that our ancestors carried to victory at Yorktown, across the Great Plains, and over our Rockies, up the Missionary Ridge, down through the streets of Paris. That's right, we went down the streets of Paris. We got to help our allies, don't we? Across the sands of North Africa and onto the shores of Omaha Beach, into the blood-soaked hills of Korea. And it was a West Point graduate named Buzz Aldrin who first planted our great American flag on the face of the moon. We know that. Now it's your turn to carry that flag forward and to add your own daring deeds into this chronicle of triumph and legends. Now it's your duty to shield the flame of freedom that was first lit 250 years ago by the heroes of Concord Bridge and Bunker Hill. Standing before you today, I am more confident than ever that in the days ahead and every generation to come, the U.S. Army will heap glory upon glory upon glory upon us all. You will protect every inch of U.S. soil, and you will defend America to the ends of the earth. Wherever danger is, there the U.S. Army will be. Another beautiful phrase. Whatever peril comes our way, whatever menace threatens our people, you will stand strong, you will be proud, you will charge hard, and you will keep that flame lit, that beautiful, beautiful flame. You're going to keep it lit. You will hold the flag high, and you will do something that's become quite a famous little phrase also, but you're a hell of a lot braver than me. You will fight, 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 and you will win, win, win. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our soldiers, and God bless the U.S. Army. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
All right, all right, all right, all right. Way too much editing going on later on. All right, y'all. So we have heard from our president, our commander-in-chief, one Donald Trump. This was not as long as I thought it was going to be, which I'm cool with. This was not one of his better speeches. I'm just gonna be honest. Even though it was chock full of history, it was a little hard to follow. But he was giving us Eric. He straight. He stays standing on business. He stays standing on business. But from what I'm seeing in the chat, a lot of people either don't like the business he's standing on or don't understand the business that he's standing on. So that's what we got going on with that. Why you want to take your vote back, Derek? Why do you want to take your vote back, sir? Let us know. We want to know. She said MAGA is a cult. Okay, well, it's a good thing it ain't that many of them. Just because you support Trump doesn't mean you are a member. You down with MAGA. That's two different things. You're welcome. You are most welcome. Make sure you have subscribed. So anytime, most times, 96% of the time, if Trump's speaking, we're gonna be there. What you say? He's not the leader I thought he would be. In what aspect, Derek? You want to come on and talk about it? Let me know. I'll tell you the link. Because I mean, it may be some other people in the chat feeling the same way. Hold on. Nah, we can't. We can't play them games. So much on Kamala. We can't do that. Hold on, D. Yeah, nah, we can't do that. That's craziness. Oh, nope, wait, I need to do it from here. Best president, I voted for mass deportations. Thank you, Trump. Okay. Okay, is that the only reason that you voted for Trump? Just so we can know. Back to common sense with Trump. Okay. Okay. I see you. I see y'all. So we got people, saying, that voted for Trump for a variety of reasons. Hold on. Okay. Hold on, just in case. We got free time now. Okay. What we got? Okay. Say Trump pro-life. Okay. What's going? Oh, thank you. Guns and Magnolias. I appreciate that. All right, hold on. We're gonna hear what Derek Gaines got to say. Hey.
Hey, yo, as I'm sipping on my Tennessee Pride moonshine,
Okay.
I that January 16th and what's going on in LA, it brings me back to shades of the civil rights movement. How the National Guard was always called out against the protesters, just for civil rights. How uh, me and my good friend Eric Jordan, we disagree, but he will always be my good friend. I don't like his approach. I didn't like
Okay.
Obama's
Approach. Okay.
approach.
Approach to what? Just so we can be
I
clear.
just I just don't agree with what's going on in LA. I saw videos of people being shot in the head with rubber bullets. I when you are a product of the '60s, I'm a '60s baby, and I grew up in the '70s. I haven't witnessed that firsthand, but the history of it was always talked about when I was young. And when I see stuff like that, it troubles me. It really does.
Okay. So let me
Um,
ask you
every
this:
time
Why are you equating this to civil rights?
the National Guard was brought out,
I mean, but that's what the National
and
Guard does.
was
They bring them out to try to bring order to a situation that has either become chaotic or has the potential to become chaotic.
how come they didn't do it January 6th?
They did, didn't they?
No,
I
the
mean, because
National Guard was not called
that
out.
was like 2,000
Matter of
people.
fact, the National Guard, the police weren't called. Nobody was
No, it
activated.
was
I
police
think you,
call. No, it was because it was a couple of police officers that died. No, it was law enforcement there,
it
but
was the police officers that died were the ones that were in the Capitol. They were, I think, they're called the Capitol Police. I'm not
okay. I
really
mean, that's
sure,
still police. So okay,
but
so let me. I'm just gonna play devil's advocate for a minute. So we're gonna
hmm
compare. This started what, Friday night? I did, Eric.
hmm
Check the email. I did. This started Friday, right? So you
hmm
got Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. We're gonna compare that to one day in January.
no,
Okay.
no. It is this recently events. When I
No, no,
see it
no.
now, you
That's
have
what
to
I'm
see it.
saying. This right here has been going on since Friday, and then you had
No,
January
no,
6th,
no.
which
This
is
is what I'm
January 10th.
saying. This is what I'm saying. No, no, no. this is what I'm saying. When I
Okay.
see stuff like this,
Hmm.
the National Guard protesters, that's just to me, that's shades of civil rights movement. That's what I see.
Okay.
When you saw them four little girls going up to that all white school at the time, I think in Little Rock, Arkansas, they had to be escorted by the National Guard. All that
Hmm.
stuff sits
Right.
fresh
But
in my mind.
that was for their safety and security.
That's right, and that's this.
Okay.
I'm glad you said that. That is the same epithet that Trump is saying for the safety and
The safety and
security.
security of the people who are not participating in the protest, we bringing in the National Guard.
Yeah, tell that tell that to the people
Yeah,
up in Flint, Michigan. Why was the National Guard called out in Flint, Michigan
that's
when they
what
were
they there
protesting
for.
about the water?
About the
I'm
water.
just saying, anytime, to me, this is me. This is how I see it. I
Okay.
mean, we could agree to
Hold
disagree.
on.
That's fine.
I'm sorry, Eric.
But every time I see
Hey, I'm
stuff
glad.
like that,
I'm good. I'm gonna hit your mic
every
real quick.
time I see stuff like that, it just brings back memories
Okay, but you
of
keep saying okay. Okay, but hold on. You keep
it
saying
just brings
memories.
back memories.
There. You wasn't there, so we can't call it
No, no,
memory.
no, no. You're right. You're right. I wasn't there, but I have read about it,
I mean, I read
and
about it too.
and then that spirit is still in American culture. To me, in my opinion, that's fine. And you could disagree with me. That's fine. But
Now I'm
when
just
I
trying to
see
get some
stuff like that,
I'm just trying to
when I
get
right,
your train of
when
thought.
I see stuff
No,
like
go ahead.
that, it just reminds me
Oh, it's my fault.
of it just reminds me of the things that I've learned about how they bring out the National Guard to quote unquote keep the peace. And I know I've seen, you're right, I haven't lived it. I'm not that old, but I've read about it and I studied about it. And that's some of the things I disagree with. Now there are some things that Trump has done I agree with, as far as stopping the uh, the transgenders competing in women's sport. I'm totally against that. I'm totally against housing the illegals and and then giving them walking around money. I'm totally against that. Again, if to me, me and Eric talk about, we butt heads about it. He's still gonna be my buddy, man. If Kamala would have took a stand on thing, one thing, I would have voted for it. She didn't stand for anything. Now Trump seen at the time covered the gambit. Fine, okay. You want to get the illegals out, fine. But I've seen pictures and videos of these holding pens, quote unquote, where they separate the parents and the children. The children sleep on concrete floors and stuff like that.
Okay.
It's just
You know
when
when
when I when I
that
see stuff
popular,
like
right?
that, when I know Obama did it too.
No, that's when
Okay,
it
I
got
know Obama did it too, and it seemed to be swept underneath the rug when Obama didn't nobody really want to talk about it, but everybody want to talk about it because Trump is doing it. All I'm saying is, in my opinion, when I
hmm
see stuff like that, I think of all the other riots that has happened, and the National Guard was called out. I think about the Watts riots. I think about the LA riots after the Rodney King, the verdict with the police getting off. I think about all that stuff. But then when I think about it, I also come back to January 6th. They was not called. Trump was president. He quote, and he said, Proud Boys stand down and stand by. Next thing you know, they gather down at the Capitol, which is fine. You have the right to assembly according to the Constitution, but you don't have the right to do the things that you have done. And then on top of that, he pardoned all of them. Now, some of them was rearrested for other pending charges. I'm not going to go into that, but it just seems to me, like I said to Eric, it's just the one hand doesn't know what the other hand is doing. To me, it's always a misdirection.
Right. Okay. Now,
Look at what's going over.
hang on,
Go
Derek.
ahead.
'Cause yeah, I'm looking here, and on the day, I'm looking, and looks like the first National Guard members arrived to assist at 5:40 p.m. So they did go on January 6th.
I find that very, excuse me, find that very surprising. Too little, too late, if you ask me.
But they went.
The the crowd was already there. They were already inside. They
Okay,
were
so the
already
protest had
inside.
already all this other stuff that you talked about was already in the works before the National Guard got there as well.
Mm. If that's true, if what you read is true, I'm not saying that it's not. If what
Hmm.
you read is true, how come there's no video of it?
I swear I saw some video because I knew they went. Now I mean, but
Only
again,
video. Now, I'm not saying that. I'm not
this was
saying
a one
that
day.
there's not
You're trying
energy.
to compare one day to we in day 5. We in day
I'm
5 here.
trying to
It's still going
establish
on.
a pattern of a method. It is a MO with this government. When it comes to people of color, it's the MO
We call it.
of
Okay.
this government. And
Now
it's been like that
we
since
gonna
the
add them in as people of
foundation.
color.
That
Okay,
yeah,
hang
yeah,
on,
that's
Eric.
just
Hang on,
my opinion of it.
Hang on, Eric.
Okay.
Yeah, Amadas.
Okay,
You hear me?
what do you think about this? What
Hey, I don't, Derek, if you knew my state, I don't really blame Trump what he did. I'm being honest with you because this is the problem.
Mm-hmm.
This is the problem with my state. My state's plain out Democrat, majority Democrat. And they want to put that
Mm-hmm.
BS sanctuary city progress. And all pretty much my state, all they had to do was comply and work with ICE, and it wouldn't even be the issue at all.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, my state don't try to comply with ICE or even Trump's orders. So Trump had, Trump had to do what he had to do. And the crazy thing is, it's only illegals protested. There ain't nobody else that's involved. Not even black people are really involved in those protests. And look what all this destruction they doing. And Gavin Newsom, of all people, the lame ass governor, I hate him with a passion. They're trying to say they're doing
Mm-hmm.
peaceful protesting while they're destroying police cars and just
Yeah,
bringing
I saw
havoc.
that.
And I can tell you this much: LA is a straight hellhole for the lungs.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't blame what Trump is doing at all. And all he's basically been doing is getting rid of all of the bad illegals first, all the criminals first.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it's going to take time. There's certain things that, I agree with Trump, and there's some things I disagree with Trump. But this one, don't disagree with him at all because that's been happening in our state for years. It's just been under the rug for the longest time. But now, Trump is, doing what he's supposed to, and he's keeping his policy, keeping his word. So there's some things, yeah, it's not going to be pretty, bro. I'm not even going to lie. It's not going to be pretty, but I can't blame Trump for what he did. I'm grateful. And there's other states that's grateful too
Okay.
that
All right.
they doing the illegal immigration thing, the deportation.
Okay. So what do you think about that, Derek?
Being from Ohio, we move different than California. I can only go by what Eric has told me about what it's like living out in California.
Mm-hmm.
So you know, I trust his assessment of what it's like living out there. My opinion is formulated by what I see in the news report and what I've read, and then I hear the podcasters give their opinion about what's going on, and then I formulate, and then I go off of the history of this country.
Mm-hmm.
He got up there and he talks about history, a lot of stuff I didn't know about, and I don't know everything about American history, so I don't look to Trump as a great historian either.
Okay.
But I knew about the Vietnam War, uh, how it started. People need to, if people really knew how the Vietnam or Korean War started, that's a whole nother live. I'm not even gonna go into that. But as far as California, I have to trust what Eric says about it. I'm known that they had problems out there. With the dead zones in Oakland, how the stores are packing up and moving out and everything, the taxes and stuff. Eric tells me about it all the time. So I have to trust his assessment. But in the same time, I can't help but notice that it is the method of operation when it comes to people of color in this country.
Okay.
I
So
can't
you
help
because you keep saying
but ignore it.
people of color, but this is not aimed
Mhm.
at your people.
No, this ain't. If it was a bunch of black people out there, let this ambulance pass. Sorry about that. If it was a bunch of black people out there, there'll be protesting. Just look what happened in Flint, Michigan, a couple years ago. Just over water, just over water, and it just to me again, I have to fall back on what Eric says about living out there. If he says it's messed up, I say, yeah, man, okay. I trust what he says. But at the same time, I know how this country has done people of color, where they are American citizens or not. I've known and I've read how they've done people of color. Now, let me play devil's advocate for a bit. I saw the flags in different countries flown, and everybody's upset. Nobody gets upset when Israel flies their flag on American soil. There are people that have issues with Israel and what they're doing in Palestine, but no one says nothing about it. Why is the scales not balanced? I don't know. Who said that all of them were illegals? The thing is, from the even Eric, you, and the other news reports is they were protesting. They were protesting the treatment of the people who were being deported.
Right. Okay.
Up the street, not too far from here, from where I
But
live, um,
it's still a protest.
it's still a protest. Right.
Hmm.
I don't agree with the vandalism. I don't agree with that.
Okay. You know that's what sparks on the National Guard coming, right?
Hmm. When was
Property,
the last president that
property
called out the National
destruction
Guard?
and violence is usually what prompts the National Guard to show up.
If you could go back into history, there was a protest here in Cincinnati years ago when Officer Roach deleted a young black man, and there were protests sparked.
What the hell are you talking about?
There was property being destroyed. Some of them properties moved out, never came back. National Guard wasn't called in. They weren't called in.
Okay, well, you talking
It
about
seems to be on it.
you bringing up, you know what I'm saying, local stuff that's
I'm
local.
bringing up a method of operation how the government treats people of color.
Okay,
That's
but a
it.
lot of, okay, you see, because you want to lump all these. If you ain't, you know what I'm saying, white, you a person of
Hmm.
color. I don't operate like that.
That's fine if you don't operate like that. That's fine. We can agree to disagree. This is how I see it. This is my opinion.
Okay. DEI is
I
not
just
about
see
color.
things. Yes, it is in my opinion.
No, it's not. Because if that's the case, then people, non-white people would have benefited from DEI, and they didn't.
I agree with you about DEI. DEI is the biggest slap in the face for black people ever. It's just like affirmative action was.
Yeah,
Is
that's
another
what
joke.
DEI used to be. That's what they just changed the name. It's the same thing. It used to
Yeah,
be
Nah,
affirmative action.
the same thing is what.
it only benefits white women. That's what primarily benefits white
Wait a
women.
minute, hold
That's
on.
it.
The same thing is what?
What you say? I'm gonna
You
opinion
said the
you.
same thing. What you talking about?
You say that
To me,
DEI is the same as affirmative action.
Well,
No,
first
it's
off,
not.
right.
we didn't widely benefit from affirmative action. Let's get to
No,
that.
we didn't. I didn't. Not personally, I didn't. And I'm not gonna sit up here and say I didn't get a job because of affirmative action when I did.
Yeah, we not wishing. We not wishing. No, we're not doing that over here.
That's why I say DEI and affirmative action like it's really the biggest joke. Because I didn't benefit from it. Anybody I know benefited from affirmative action or DEI.
Hmm.
But mainly who benefit from it the most? White women. I can be
That's
honest with you on that.
both times, both times. So I'm just confused about what we doing. But you know what I'm saying, folks, is and black people. I'm gonna go ahead and say that we so good at being brainwashed, we'll go for damn near anything.
Instead
It's
of
folk
reading.
right, it's
I
folk right
know.
here in this chat talking about, you know,
Right.
saying we got all these benefits from affirmative action.
What benefits do we get from affirmative action? Name
Nothing.
one. Nothing. What benefits did we get from DEI? Hell, I didn't even know what
Nothing.
DEI was. I had to get Eric to explain to me what DEI was. I'm like, what the hell is DEI?
Exactly, truth. Exactly, truth, Davis.
What the
Exactly.
hell is DEI? I mean, what's DEI? The diversity? What?
Take time.
And what? Why can't we just treat people like they should be treated according to what they
because
bring?
because if you do that, then it's gonna be a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if y'all have seen it on jobs yourself. You know what I'm saying? People be get promoted and hired, and you be like, wait a minute, what?
Hmm.
Don't know how to do nothing, and then let you be gone on vacation or out sick or something. The whole thing turn to crap. So then you got to spend those
Yeah.
Exactly.
the first 2 weeks you get back from whatever you was doing that caused you to be out fixing all of that crap. But then when it's time to get the checks and that promotion, they ain't looking at you because you the workhorse.
Exactly. That's facts. Facts.
We gonna stop.
Yeah,
That's how
I
that
agree
works.
with that.
That's how that works.
I'd rather tell people, get a job or create a business so you can never get fired
Well,
from
see, that's
or
the,
get like a highly skilled
that's the thing about that business.
profession.
People always want to tell you to, you know what I'm saying, get your business going. But most of these people who advise to get the business don't know how to set business up. And definitely don't know how to structure business so that it's sustainable. Ain't no point you working for yourself for 5 years and you never make any money. And then it go kaput. There's no point to that.
Yep.
Exactly. Truth. Yeah. Be late one too many times and see what happens. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they taking your ass out.
They don't care nothing about, you know what I'm saying, if you know what I'm saying, you staying, you know what I'm saying, I want to have 2 hours
You
after the
staying
fact
late, you
to make
coming
sure the
in on
work
your
gets
off
done.
day.
Don't worry about you being 10 minutes late at the beginning.
Yep.
You late. They don't care. I had that happen to me one time. I was setting up the line by myself, and the manager was joking with me. Hey man, you doing a
Exactly.
good job, blah blah blah.
Exactly.
The next day, they pulled me in the office, asked me what was taking me so long. I'm like, "Oh, you kidding me? I'm setting up 5 stations by myself."
Yeah.
I said, "Are you kidding me?" I walked out after I cussed them out. I walked out. Affirmative action didn't work for me. I didn't benefit from it. I didn't get, higher pay rate or anything. Working hard got me more money. Being diligent at my job, being good at my job got me the raises and positions that I had. So I just outworked whoever I was
You better
working
speak the
with.
truth, Davis. First of all, I think one thing that I saw from DEI is, like you said, even working harder and being better at your and more proficient at your job wasn't guaranteed to get you nowhere.
Right.
Exactly.
It was just
Oh
that
yeah,
you
I remember when you did say something about January 6th. So,
bring
Derek,
close in.
Yes, sir.
yeah. You know why January 6th was that bad?
No, tell me.
Because of Nancy Pelosi. Because Trump actually ordered the National Guard to come, and he ordered 10,000 of them. Nancy
Right.
Pelosi, she admitted on video that was her fault, and she basically did not initiate it for that particular event for the National Guard to come after that, after when Trump already set everything up. So that's on her.
Wait a minute. So are you saying
You
to
ain't seen
me,
that video?
I remember
no,
showing you
You
that
ain't
video,
seen it. You
bro.
sent it to me. You sent it to me. Yeah, Eric sent it to me.
I
Yeah,
did?
yeah.
She was like, "Yeah, man, I should have went on there and called him in here."
It's like a 20-second video, and she admitted
In
it,
the back
bro.
of the car.
Admitted it. That's why I really don't trust Democrats now. I mean, being honest, especially when they messed up the reparations bill. They destroyed that bill.
Yeah, you
Nope.
big. What it did when it came up, they was like, "Yeah, nah, I'm good."
Because when it came to
Yeah,
the
they
money
never.
part, Gavin Newsom didn't want, they wanted to kill the bill. But they passed the bill for all immigrants to get a home loan, a $100,000 home loan granted. It passed through the California part, but Gavin Newsom actually canned the bill
Hmm.
because if he actually approved it, right, it would have made him look
Hmm.
very, very bad because people was outraged about the reparations bill being canned because of him.
Now is he setting himself up to run against JD Vance in 3 years?
Man, if that
2029?
happens, right, I don't see him winning because yeah, he made California look like a damn fiasco sham. Like, it made it look like a straight disgrace. So
Right.
they're gonna have to choose a different Democrat. They're gonna have a different candidate that doesn't have that bad of a track record.
There
Now
is
they gonna
none
push
at this point.
Vance. They gonna push Vance.
Oh yeah, they're gonna
You
push
see,
fans.
because
I know that.
we we Eric talk a lot, and I was telling him, I said, man, when Kamala and Trump was running, and I said, man, I don't know if I'm going to vote. I
Mm-hmm.
said, I don't know if I'm going to vote or should I vote because there was a time in this country when we couldn't vote. And then when Trump started talking about the things that in my interest the most, I'm like, all right, Eric, I'm gonna vote for Trump, and I voted for him. And to this day, we talk about it. I said, if he was so bad, how did he win in such a huge margin?
Exactly.
That's pretty easy because Trump actually started
It,
spilling
it,
some truths, especially when the migrants came to the sanctuary cities, and literally all those sanctuary cities is bankrupt. He mentioned that. He
yeah,
mentioned that. He mentioned that in his last speech before he left the presidency the first time. that basically this is what the Democrats is doing, and be ready for more taxes getting charged on y'all, and y'all's particular states for sanctuary cities, y'all gonna be bankrupt. He wasn't lying. Illinois is
I know
bankrupt. Boston's bankrupt.
FEMA was out of money during that hurricane that hit up there where Amon at. What they give them
Yeah,
$700 a month, $700 or
$750. That's
something.
it.
Yeah,
That's it.
It wasn't no a month, Derek. That was a one-time payment.
Payment.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's $750. That
And
was one
see,
time.
again, I go back to what I said. I do feel like when I see stuff like what's going on, I'm not gonna double down on what I said. I'm gonna stand on what I said. When I see stuff like what's going on in LA, and I know that the history of this country, I'm like, yo, I don't know. I mean, I voted for him, so apparently said he was gonna do some things that I agree with. I don't think that if my daughter is going out for track and field, she shouldn't be running up against some dude that identifies as a boy. I mean,
When you
some
identify as a
boy
woman,
right, as a woman. Yeah, yeah. And then one big thing that he is doing is I've been on a waiting list. You and I, I've been on a waiting list for a while for an apartment. When I see these cats, I'm gonna say cats 'cause I don't want to say these people. When I see these cats, then the things that I've been on the list for, and I paid into the system since 14. I feel some kind of way about it. I feel some kind of way about it. So yeah, when you talk about doing that, all right, cool. Let me hear what Kamala gonna stand on. Nothing. When that guy, who was it? That guy from 60 Minutes or that other news TV show, and she was late for her
on
interview, and
Fox
he was
News,
pressing her. Was it Fox News?
Yeah, that was Fox News, and he tried to make Kamala look human, and Kamala just kept on blaming Trump. I'm like, man, it was a disaster just from the jump, because he was really trying to just have a regular, simple interview and try to make her look good, and she followed that to the T. I'm like, wow.
She was
Because I
late.
did give Kamala
She
Harris
was
a
late on
chance.
purpose.
Yeah, she was late on purpose, and she was drunk.
But
But the other thing about it
I asked a
was,
lot of women. I asked a lot of women, a lot of black women that I know personally. Like they said they voted for Kamala. I said, tell me why. Besides she's a woman of color, tell me why. They couldn't tell
can
me
answer
anything.
that question. Can answer that question
Well,
because they didn't
brought up
research the politician. They didn't
no.
research
They brought up.
policies.
You're right. You're right. They brought up ADs. Trump's gonna make all ADs illegal. Like, no, that's not what happened. He let actually the Supreme Court left it up to each individual state. So that's why you got some states that have it and some states that don't.
Yeah, it came to a vote.
You can't blame that on the presidency. You have to blame that on the local politics. It's a vote. People vote yes, people vote no.
Yep,
I mean,
that's where they're going down to.
I could go back to Clinton. We talk about this, Eric. Clinton done things that I didn't like,
Mm-hmm.
and of course Bush done things that both of them done things that I didn't like. But when Clinton
Mm-hmm.
left the president, the budget was balanced. He left
They
with a
got a
surplus. He
surplus.
was like, here you go.
It was more than
Yeah,
balance.
he
It
was
was
like, here
surplus.
you go. I did it all. I balanced this. I did this. Got my thing whacked, and I left with y'all with money in the bank.
Hell, that's probably why he had that budget together. He's back there. Listen,
He
head is powerful. I don't know why y'all up here playing these games.
Bush come in
Yep.
and I don't know what he did, and then the other Bush came in and
And
he took
Bush
us
messed up
to
the budget.
war,
So he spent all that money.
and
He
then
sure
he
did.
opened up the coffers to what was it that they had? They what was the banks were giving out loans to people who didn't deserve it?
The bailout. And then
Yeah,
they turned around and
and
spent that money.
Then Obama had to bail out the banks by saying they're too big to fail, but all the banks he
But then
bailed
they turned
out,
around and spent the money that he gave them.
Yep.
yeah, then some of them didn't pay back the money. That's crazy.
They sure didn't.
Some of them
Well, a
didn't
lot of
pay
them
back
didn't.
the money,
For real.
and now when I saw, I'm not gonna lie to you, when I saw Obama walk through the front door, I was like, man, all right, we finally got it. That
No, we
glass
don't.
ceiling has been broke. What did he do for us
He ain't
specifically?
Nothing.
nothing. So that means nothing. He
Nothing.
ain't us.
He did a lot for the rainbow community.
You know, them
Okay,
his people.
Yep.
okay,
I agree there. I mean, the only
for
person
8
that,
years, but
yeah, 8 years of Obama, and pretty much he was in the what, a recession, the housing recession. Really,
yeah,
nobody can get no damn
mm-hmm,
job.
Child, because I
But I
know,
remember
mm-hmm.
that. I
tell
remember
y'all,
during that time, I couldn't get no
most of his
damn job.
presidency, I did not have one. Mm-mm, I did
That
not.
was
I'm
the biggest
sure that's
struggle.
so.
Most of his presidency was
And
a
then when
struggle.
during I think the last year of Obama's administration and the first year of Trump, I think that's when we had the COVID.
Nah, that was in the end
Nah,
of
Trump came in
Trump's
at 17.
presidency.
Yeah, Trump came in at
That was at
17.
the
We
end
had
of Trump
COVID at
presidency.
19,
Okay,
20. End of
okay.
19, beginning of 20. He was on his way out. But see, yeah, that make you think that the whole thing was during. Yeah, he was on his way out.
Yeah, back. But I didn't like Trump in the beginning at all until I actually researched his policies. And once I started catching on what his policies were, that's where I was like, this like basically what he was doing was actually straight genius because shoot, you can work a regular 9 to 5 job and still have money in the bank. I didn't experience that with any other president except him.
No, Clinton, I had money everywhere.
I know that when he
Ooh, I
was
had
Well, I
running
was
money
still
up
a kid
against
everywhere.
when
Hillary,
Clinton was in office.
I'm older than y'all. I had money everywhere. I ain't even sit here and hold y'all. I had money everywhere.
Shoot. I think
I'm
I
gonna
was
honestly
like pretty
ball. I
much
think
when
he ran on
I started
balling.
working was when the second Bush was in office, like his last little season, pretty much his last
Okay,
little
like
year.
end of this. Oh yeah. Them was hard times right there.
Oh yeah, but at least he was
I
able to get a
just
job with no problems. I'll be honest
yeah.
with that. When Obama got in office, the worst. I think that was the biggest struggle when Obama was in office. Because man, it was hard to get a job
Man, I
when he
had
was in
money. They knew
office.
they had us. You're saying they knew they had us over a barrel because the economy wasn't no good, so they treated us horribly.
Yes, I agree.
That's American
I agree.
politics for you. I was just telling Eric a couple of days ago we should have a third party system. It
We do
used to be more than one, two parties in
There's
American
multiple
politics.
parties.
we do. It's called independent.
Yeah, we got multiple
Yeah,
parties.
but ain't
The
no
problem
money in it.
the problem is that there really is not a party that is big. Well, like the smaller parties, it's not that big at all.
Remember Ross Perot? He tried to
Yeah,
start his party.
well, he wasn't really talking about nothing either.
Yep.
That was the
We
problem.
need a third party system, or the independents need to step up and be independent. But here's the thing: there's no money in being independent.
Well, I mean, it depends on
You
who.
either get money from it. Well,
I mean,
hear me
it was
out.
money there. It
I
was
don't
no
know. I don't
cohesion.
know. I'm just guessing. I'm
Yeah,
just
there
guessing.
was no
I don't know.
cohesiveness.
I'm just
Everybody
guessing.
who was running
So they just
independent
don't have a
was
lot of
doing something good.
funding yet for it.
That's what I mean.
I've seen there's multiple
Funding is money.
parties.
No, it
Funding
was
is
money out
money.
there. The fact that the problem was, unlike the Democrats and the Republicans, if you look at it, even if you got 15 people running on each side, the foundation, the fundamentals for them 15 people is all the same. You didn't have that in the independent party. Everybody was doing something, going somewhere different. It was that they had no foundation. That was the problem. They had money. They just ain't, they just wasn't together. Everybody was for self.
Yep, that is true. And after the other thing with it was they didn't get enough, like they didn't really get enough votes, so they could get funded. So it's a loss situation with that
Let
part.
me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask y'all a question because I don't know. Say I'm an independent.
Yeah,
Who do I go? Where do I go for political funding?
I mean, you campaign just like
Congress.
the folk.
But you
Yeah,
got to
but if
get
I
votes.
campaign
That's
on
the
it,
biggest thing.
Right. So, but
You got
see,
to
this
get
is the
it.
thing,
okay,
though. You got to have money in the beginning, whether you, no matter what party you
you gotta
in the
have money
beginning,
in the
you putting
beginning,
up the money. As you're saying, continue to
right?
grow in the process. That's when you
That's
start
the
getting
point.
outside funding. But in the
That's the
beginning, you
point
put
I'm
your own
trying to make. It's all about money. The Republicans, well, if I was a Democrat, which I'm never going back to being a Democrat. If I was a Democrat and I was running for city council, I would run in the Democratic ticket. I would get funding from the Democratic Party. Bam.
like
If I
getting
was a
funding for the Democrats.
Republican,
That's
it's
what I'm
the
trying to get
same
you to
thing.
understand.
Whether I've had the votes or not, I
But
will
see, that's
still
not how
get
that
that
works.
campaign.
You don't get the Democratic Party money until you the actual nominee.
Yes,
You don't
that's
get to
true.
stick your hand in that till until you the actual nominee.
Okay.
Before that, you fundraising and spending your own money.
Hmm.
Facts.
That's that's what I'm trying to get to. Yeah, you don't get to stick your hand in that because Kamala technically wasn't supposed to stick her hand in the Democrat till. We ain't have no vote for her.
That's true.
Yeah, until
No,
you
and
the
she
actual
still
nominee for your party, you fundraising and paying yourself.
right.
That's how that works.
And to me, they had a better chance of fighting than Kamala Harris.
Got you.
I'll be honest with that.
They really did, but they had pissed Joe off. Joe wasn't gonna do what they wanted him to do. They done pissed Joe off.
Well, I told Eric Kamala knew dude was sleeping at the wheel. That was that. You can't tell me the people that was closer to him, like the Secret Service or people like that. You can't tell me dude was sleep at the wheel. Wasn't sleep at the wheel. That's why Kamala had to be out front a lot more. I asked a friend of mine, like, who's the vice president? Because usually you'll see the vice president out there doing vice president stuff, man. I
Mm-hmm.
didn't see her really in the forefront until
Right.
she was
Joe didn't
campaigning.
want her in the forefront. Joe wanted her in the forefront to get elected. After that, it was go chill, and I'm gonna handle this. We
Yep.
wasn't supposed to see her. That was the design. She wasn't supposed to be the nominee, but they, you know what I'm saying, pissed Joe off, and Joe beat him to the punch when he came out. Go back and watch the stream when he, you know what I'm saying, came out and was like, yeah, I'm going, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna take back my bid, and I wish Kamala, you know what I'm saying, I'm giving her my full support and best of luck. Did nobody tell Joe to say none of that? Joe forced their hand. She was supposed to stay in the background.
Yep. They had somebody else in mind for the candidate, but I don't think he was
One
still would have
point
won.
five. What did she spend on her campaign? Just to end up in the negative 1.5 billion?
Yep.
Yeah,
I think it was 1.2 billion, but
yeah.
that's still a lot of damn money.
$1.2?
$1 and then you still ended
That's
up in
the
the hole.
And
and you
I
still
remember
because she was
Donald Trump
paying
actually
everybody.
volunteered to pay the 20 million that she's behind on.
That was petty, but yeah, he was like, I got you.
He did it before. Donald Trump, when Donald Trump first got into politics, per se, this is what I heard. He was a Democrat.
He was. He was. And the same people that's talking trash, they was loving him But he told them, he was like, if I run for president, I'm not running with y'all. He told them to their face. They thought he was playing. That man was dead serious. He was like, yeah, nah.
And he always been the same. Yep.
He was like, I'm not doing this with y'all.
When he was running, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sit up here and lie to you. When he was running the first time, I thought it was a joke.
You thought it
And then when it
was
came
a joke.
down, I thought it was a joke. I
I mean,
thought he was just
I
doing
didn't
it.
think he was gonna win. I'm not gonna sit here and
I
tell you
ain't,
like I was
right.
shocked
That's
when he
what I'm
won.
saying. And then when it came up, I'll never forget Hillary Clinton said that, you know, he was ahead in the popular vote, and how she losing to him, something to that effect. And I went to sleep. Trump won, and then I shut up. I think I was talking to Eric that night when Trump during the last election, and I looked at. I'm like, damn, the whole country is almost red, except for the east and
Well, see
west coast.
that's my thing, and I actually got that from my father. Like election night, I don't go to sleep. Like the sun got to be coming up
Yeah,
before
I
I go to
stayed up.
sleep. So the last election I went to sleep. The one before that I didn't go to sleep. I have not slept. I think when I was the first time I voted when I was in college. I voted for Clinton. That's the
Well,
last time I went to
the,
sleep. During
the,
You're gonna be declared
the
before I
last
go.
one I went to sleep on, the last one I went to sleep on, Al Gore was president. I woke up.
Remember that foolishness?
They
Yes.
they didn't know what happened. I'm like,
That's why I don't go to sleep. That's why I not.
well, didn't
I
Al Gore win?
was awake
Didn't
for
the
all of that.
creator of the internet win?
I was up for all of that nonsense, and I still can't tell you what happened.
Like,
Again,
how in
one
the
minute he was
hell?
president, he was gonna win, and the next minute they was like,
Hmm.
"Yeah, no,
Yeah, that's the last one I went to sleep on because it was late. It was getting late. I was tired. I had to go to work. All right, all right. Al
yeah."
Gore won. Yay!
And
Woke up.
wherever
What?
possible, the day after the election, I'm either going if I can't get the whole day off, I'm gonna get at least a half day off and work the second half because I'm not going to sleep till we got it got to be some declaration going on. Because they be getting real slick. But I figured
Yeah, they do.
once they declared, you know what I'm saying, Florida, Ohio, and Michigan, I was like, in Pennsylvania, I was like, I think we good, but I stayed up anyway.
But they said
I
no
understand that,
president has ever won.
harmonize.
I stayed up anyway. I was on the phone. Mm-mm.
They said no one has ever won the presidency unless they carry Ohio. I don't know what it is about Ohio, but I was telling Eric, I said, man, don't let it, go over your head while you pick
Hold on.
JD Vance, because Intel is supposed to be opening a micro, a plant to create the processors somewhere up there by Columbus, I think.
I think I
And you
know
got Bucky's coming online in Ohio.
we
It's just
got
something
bookies
about
coming too.
Ohio.
I think I know what it is.
Okay.
It's okay. It carries 17 electoral vote. That's a wonky number. Nobody else. And if you're trying to get to one, you'll see because it's what 281, you win, right?
Right.
That's 17.
No,
Depending
it's
on how you
270.
work it, will give you that.
270. It's 270 is the number. Or it's 255.
Hold on, what is? Wait, let me look.
I remember it's 270.
Since it's an odd number, that 17 will get you there.
Yeah, I
It
agree.
might get you there by one.
Yeah.
It might get you there by two. I think that's what it is. Because let me
Well,
see.
how many
It's
electoral votes
17,
does
and then
California have?
the only other one is Illinois, which is 19. The rest of them are mostly like either low odd numbers or even numbers. That's what it is. It gotta be. It gotta
I let
be.
you know, don't sleep on Ohio.
Yeah, that's
California's a
Don't
really
sleep
high
on
number.
Ohio.
it's gotta be
I
that.
remember, I think it's 45 for
Wait a minute.
California. I'm not sure
Yeah, but hold
for
on.
that particular.
Cali is 54. That's what I'm saying.
There you go.
Most of them are even numbers. It ain't but a few that's odd.
Yeah.
And it's Pennsylvania and
The
Illinois both
great
have
state
19.
of Ohio.
Ohio has 17. That's why they important. That's why.
The,
Them
the
odd numbers,
great state of Ohio.
you got yeah, them odd numbers to get you there. That's what that is. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, don't play with them.
You don't play with
Yeah.
us.
Yeah, if I remember right, that's the number is 270. You over 270, you got the presidency. There's no way to win.
He carried the whole country just about, except for
Yeah,
some
you
states
need 270.
East
So
Coast.
you mess around and get a bunch of evens and then throw them odds on top of there, you done. And they can't, that's how they can't catch you. You got at
Yeah.
least
Yeah,
three extra, you know what I'm saying, votes. That's what that's about.
I remember a lot of black women were upset because Trump won.
Of
They
course,
blamed
of
black
course.
men for
The,
not
the,
voting
the,
for
the, the
Kamala.
main reason, it don't have nothing to do with Trump being no racist. It don't have nothing to do with Trump not liking women. The whole thing
It
got
was
to do
because
with
that Kamala lost.
huh?
It's because Kamala lost and they think she's black.
No. What it really is the move by the Republican Party to restore the nuclear family, and for these women to cancel all of this. I'm a bad bitch. I'm a boss bitch. I don't need no man. Woo 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 woo. No, he like you need to go back to the house, raise your kids, and let men do what they need to do. That's the real problem.
Oh, that too. That too.
Because black women don't need no man, that ain't gonna work for them.
That's
what
true.
the real problem is. Again, that's why I showed the convention, because remember, that's all they was talking about.
Yeah, and Project 20,
Yeah,
the Project 2025. I started laughing because I read that bill. I like all it's really explaining is restoring the nuclear family. I'm like, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm like, that's actually a good thing, not a bad thing.
Right, but black women
and
don't
I
understand.
agree. And I agree with dismantling the board of the Department of Education, because the
I don't
Department
care
of
about
Education,
that.
as it's then, wasn't teaching nothing.
It's not just that though.
That's accountability. So if you can't blame, you know what I'm saying, you're not teaching on the federal government, what you gonna do? You either gonna teach, or continue not to teach, and we're gonna ask you why you ain't teaching. Like, what we
Well,
gonna do?
let me ask a blanket question then. What's the difference between a suburban school and an inner city school, and if they're on the same federal budget?
Then okay, we went through that, remember?
Suburban
It's
schools
basically
are
dealing with the
better than
county.
inner city schools.
Remember the 12-hour,
Right.
y'all need me to pull it up. Remember the 12-hour live stream? Then Death Note ran that all the way down.
12 hours.
Yeah, you went to sleep,
Yep.
Eric. You went to sleep and woke
Yeah,
up.
I went to
ain't gonna say
sleep.
nothing. I did too.
Yeah, I went to sleep, woke up. I was like, damn, I didn't think it was that
I
long.
did too.
Yeah, six. I think I can only go for 6 hours.
You was
Freaky
on
went
there. You
7 hours the other
was
night.
Yeah, you was up. You was up the whole entire time, bro.
Sure was.
Was I? I
Yes.
was
Yes, bro.
drunk.
You was not drunk. You was up.
How is Death Note? How is Death Note anyway? I
What you
missed that brother. I hope he's okay. How is Death Note? I missed that brother.
He just
And
been,
V Ben
he be ninja
V
wild.
Ben V Ben I forget his name.
You been Israel?
V
Yeah, he was
Yeah,
down
yeah,
for a
he
little bit. He was in the hospital.
oh
You doing
man.
all right?
Pass my number
Huh?
to him and let him know, man. Let him know If you want somebody to talk to, he could always call me. I won't mind. Because I know how it is when you're in the hospital and you think no one cares or whatever. You know, I hope he's doing better.
Yeah, he did a live stream. I think it was last week. He was talking about it a little bit. So if you get a chance, check it out.
Okay, I'm gonna go to
Okay,
his
we'll do
page
that.
and
Yeah, but that's no, he all right. He okay.
well, you tell him we love him and pass him my number. And if you want to call me, I'll talk to him because I know how it is. You guys know how many times I've been in the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
It feels so good when you see somebody or somebody call you just to check on you.
But yeah, he out now though.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's
Just
good.
because he out,
What
you
you say?
know, when you guys call and check on me, that makes me feel good no matter what my mood is at the time. If
Right.
I'm down, it makes me feel better. If I'm up, I'm just better. That I know that my friends are checking in on me, even though we disagree politically.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean that everybody has their, everybody has their own thought process. But yeah, yeah, he did a little pop up live stream. I was like, oh okay, and that's what he was saying because I didn't know. Um,
Okay,
and saying that's what he was telling what was going on.
all right.
Hmm.
So you think JD Vance is going to win the next election?
More than likely.
I do agree with
I
that.
don't know.
I see Jay Vance actually winning because he's actually very observant and he's very artistic with his words. So
I ain't
that's
gonna
why I
lie.
think
I
he'll
like
win.
him. I ain't gonna lie. I like him. I like him because he's young. I like him because he's from Ohio. He's not too far away from me. His parents live up in Middletown, which is about 30, 40 minutes up the highway from me. Um, I ain't gonna lie. I like him. I hope he doesn't change his charisma, and I hope when it's his time, he does something different to separate himself from Trump. That's Kamala, in my opinion, Kamala's mistake when she said, and I quote, "I'm not going to do anything different."
Mm.
I think you, as a president, you should do something different than your predecessors. I wonder if Bill Clinton can run again.
No, we had to have legislation for that.
We have to change the rules.
Yeah, he has to.
He
Yeah,
should
so
go
yeah,
with anyway.
Max is 22. That's it.
Right.
Well,
That's
what
what I'm
is he
saying.
like,
We have
75, 80 now?
Yeah, Bill's in his 80s, man.
Man, Bill Clinton was the coolest president we had, man. Anytime you see a president on a Arsenio Hall show, you had to vote for him. Playing the sax, you had to vote for him. The dude was just cool. He was just cool. Then all his indiscretions came into play. He was still cool. I'm sorry. He was just sorry, not sorry. He was still cool. I remember when that person asked him, "Do you smoke weed?" He said, "Yeah, but I didn't inhale." It's like, dude, he's just cool. Well, he was.
No, he is.
That's
He ain't changed.
American
He ain't
politics.
changed much.
And his wife stuck by him.
I mean, what else was she gonna do?
His wife stuck by him.
I'm saying, what else was she gonna do? Because she got caught sleeping. Because
I thought it was kind of
that
dirty
was
when
at the
Trump.
very end. That was at the very end. That was like in the middle or the beginning. Like he literally was on his way out, never to return.
Yeah, but
You
you
can't tell me that
gotta
was no
think.
setup.
You gotta think how. Of course it was when Kent. What was his name? Kent Starr. Kenneth Starr.
Yeah, man. They was after. They was after my.
And went after him, and then don't quote me on it, but I think he said it when all this stuff came out about Bill Clinton, him and Monica Lewinsky, and Larry Flint said he'll pay $1 million to prove that if they slept with anybody in Congress, you got all these people coming out the woodwork saying what they did and stuff like that. So,
Mhm.
yeah, it was a witch hunt. For what?
Well, I
Only
mean,
thing he said was,
anytime you offering up money for information, you gonna get all kind of crackpots and stuff. But I don't understand why these people didn't know Larry Flint was not the one to run that game on. He gonna find out whether or
yeah,
not you lying.
yeah.
I just don't know why they would try him like that.
I think he was from my area too. Ohio's weird like that.
Somewhere in Kentucky, I think it was. Where Larry Flint from?
Louisville,
That is my
Kentucky,
dude.
that's still in the tri-state area.
That
Our
is my
tri-state
dude.
is
Yeah, hold on. That is
our,
my dude.
our tri-state is Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana. That's the tri-state area. We're in Southwest
Yeah,
Ohio.
Kentucky. Yep. Is Hustler still in publication? Hold on.
Who?
I say is Hustler still in publication?
I don't know.
I'm about to find out. Hold on.
Eric, where you at now, man?
Dang, he was married 5 times.
I'm in Georgia, Greensboro, Georgia. That's where I'm at.
Oh, you need to go
I'm
check
heading
on
to
Hey, stop again. Where you
say it again?
going? Where you
Virginia,
going?
you going
Virginia.
away from
Okay,
Virginia.
let me tell you
You in
something.
Georgia, you going away from Virginia.
This is the truck route safety
If
right
you hear
now.
banjo music, if you hear banjo music, don't stop.
Banjo music.
If you see lights and banjo music playing in the background, don't stop, bruh. Matter of fact, use use the bathroom before it get dark
Gone.
and keep going. You know
We
how it
gonna be
is
rolling,
out there
bro.
on the road, bruh. Don't
I
the
do.
banjo music.
I do.
I took these dudes from the airport. What's the airport? Greater Cincinnati Airport. Why they call it Greater Cincinnati Airport? It's in Kentucky. I don't know. I took these guys from the airport all the way to West Virginia, and they had to either go on a barge or whatever. I took them to West Virginia, and they started joking and they said, "If you hear banjo music, don't stop." I said, "I'm not
Ooh,
stopping anyway."
I know that. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I was reading about Larry Flint. I did not know he had 5 wives and 5 kids.
Yeah, yeah. He
Ooh-wee.
also went up
Because you
against
know,
the.
if you just watch the movie, it only talk about Althea, but Althea was wife number 4.
Damn,
I
bro
think
was a
that's
He
the
got
fool.
wife
married.
he
He
had
got
before
married
he
again
died.
after she died. But he had the kids with with the um with the first 3 wives. Damn, Larry.
Well, the last two wives he didn't have
You know
kids
he.
with.
Huh?
You know he
The last
fought.
two
He
wives he didn't
fought
have
the.
kids with.
He
Well, yeah, well,
fought the.
when he was shot when he was married. I think and became paralyzed. That was the end of that. But he already had the kids.
He fought the law here in Cincinnati, Hamilton area for
Yeah.
obscenity, and he won.
Hold up.
People
That was
versus
tough.
Larry Flint was about my city,
Child, that's my
at
movie
least
though.
my county,
Listen,
at least my county, Hamilton County. People versus Larry Flint.
hold on.
Better not sleep on Ohio, Eric.
I'm not sleeping on Ohio, bro.
Ohio crazy.
You know, if I basically get back to Ohio, I'll let you know.
Yeah.
What you
Well, it depends on where you at. It depends on where in Ohio you at. Because if you up by Toledo or Cleveland, man, that's almost a day's ride.
That's like 3 hours, bro. That's it.
Man, listen, you go. I'm in Southwest, so I'm down by the Ohio River. You up by
I know
Toledo, you
it's
up by the Great Lakes area. That's a day's ride. That's not 3 hours.
a
Columbus is an
3 hour
hour and a
drive.
half away from me. No, it's,
That's a 3 hour drive. That's it.
yeah, okay. Now
And
you
that you
talking
take the
to a man who make
75.
you talking to a man who have to make frequent stops.
But
wait a minute.
I mean, for me, that's only a 3 hour drive. That's it.
It's gonna take you a day.
Huh?
How many miles I drive in a
Maybe
day?
No. I said, what kind
a
of what's
thousand.
going on? You gotta how many stops you got to make a 3 hour
I
drive
gotta
take a whole day?
pee. I gotta pee.
That's a lot.
Ah,
No, sir.
I'm gonna
Now
ask
we
why.
need no
Why you
sir.
put me on the spot? I
And
gotta
Okay,
pee.
how many times you gonna have to stop though, bro? How many times you gonna stop? Like 10?
About
we can't nah.
about three, 4 times.
It should take you about three or
And
four
what,
hours,
an
bro.
hour a
At your
piece?
most.
I'm just confused. I'm trying to make sure.
She
I
just
don't know
put
how
me
that's
on the
supposed to take a
spot.
whole day. Bro, you put yourself on the spot. You
Yeah.
said it's gonna take you a whole day to do it.
That's what he
I was
said.
giving me listen. I was giving me some time. I'm not gonna say I'll be there in 3 hours,
Man,
and
wait a
I know it's
minute.
gonna take me longer than 3 hours.
Three hours. And the time, yeah, That's just like me driving to
I have
Atlanta. We got 3 hours. Mm-mm.
I have to use the bathroom.
I think I stopped one time. Give me some snacks.
I have to use the bathroom.
No, man, we can't do it. Can't do
Oh
it.
my goodness.
Can't do it.
That's all right. When I call you from Bojangles, just know I've already planned it.
I can't with 17, 18 stops. I can't do it. Man, I rode, man. We rode from North Carolina to Iowa. And I said we made what 3 stops the whole trip. Yeah, no, we got to do it.
What part of Iowa
See,
did you
with a
go to
guy,
though?
all we gotta do is pull over to the side of the road.
We weren't even
You
doing
know,
that.
I gotta get
We stopped at
I gotta
McDonald's.
give myself time.
We stopped at McDonald's. We stopped at we stopped at McDonald's. We stopped at think where else did we stop?
We were rest areas.
Stop, and then like we made a stop once we got, you know what I'm saying, to Des Moines. But yeah, nah, we wasn't doing no whole bunch of stopping. We don't
Well, you went to Des Moines. Yeah, that's a good spot. That's a capital city.
I
Oh,
think
good
I'm
old
gonna have
Interstate
you
80.
making fun of me that the fact that I gotta use the bathroom frequently. That's okay.
Bro, you gave it with a TMI. You gave it with too much information, bro.
I have to
You
use
the
the
one who said
bathroom.
it. Yeah, we got you,
I'm
bro.
on
But
a water pill.
it should not take you a whole entire day to get to Cleveland or
And
even
I like to
Toledo. Toledo's
sightsee.
actually shorter for you.
Nah, man, what's in Toledo for me? I'd rather meet you in Cleveland so I could go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
I'll tell you. And if there was a lot of
I tell
truck
you what,
stops
I
or
tell you
a
what.
lot of cars out there, I would.
It's really not a lot of
Go
truck
ahead.
stops on 75. Once you get in the Cincinnati area, let me think. There's one up in Monroe, Lebanon area, and
Yeah,
I don't
that's way up
know.
there.
I could
That's
go
20 miles upwards.
right. I could go all the way up to what's that town? God, I forget the name of that town. I mean, there's restaurants and stuff
Yeah.
off of
Bitch, I see
75.
usually this park in Kentucky.
Yeah, yeah. And on 71, there's a rest stop in Washington Courthouse. That's what it's called. It's Washington. Wait a minute. There's a rest area up in Dayton. I just thought about it because once you get through Dayton is not too far away from Cincinnati, maybe 40 minute drive. Once you get past Middletown, you're about 10 minutes away from Dayton. And there's a rest stop area up in there's a pilot up in Dayton right off of 75. Or is it Loves? One of
Correct.
them. I just I just know
Pilot.
there's a
Either one of them
Hardee's
good.
there.
Either one of them good.
So so you go up 75 and there's another town. I think it was right after you pass the soybean plant, there's another town. God, I can't remember that town. But I remember the Waffle House right there. I can't remember that town, the name. There's a CSX changeover up there. I used to take the crew up to that rail yard up there. Um, Past that, I think there's O'Brienville. I don't remember seeing a rest area up there. Um, and on the other side, on 71, I've been to. There's an Orlando, Ohio. I didn't know that. And wasn't no rest area. I'll tell you that. You passed the airport and everything, but wasn't no rest area. So I'm pulling over to the side of the road.
I remember the
I'm
area.
pulling
It's
over.
a good thing about them. They got a lot of warehouses where you can park at. There's a lot of
Right,
abandoned
yeah.
ones too.
Hey man, when
That's
you
the
gonna
only
be
thing
in the
still about the area.
Amanize area? So we can do a hookup in the Harmonize area. When you gonna be over that way?
I don't know. You know me, man. Shoot, wherever I get is Russian roulette every time. Any load I get is Russian roulette. A lot of
You
times,
can't.
unless
You
we
can't.
take the Barrows.
You need to meet up in Atlanta.
Atlanta.
Why Atlanta?
Yeah.
You just try. I'm
That's
not
a
going to the strip club.
Ain't nobody saying nothing about no strip club.
those strip clubs.
Y'all
Okay,
don't
I'll
want no
I
go.
know
strip
for
I'll
club
me,
with
go.
me.
for a
I don't
truck,
want
that's a
no
pain in
strip
the
club with me.
ass.
Right. I know y'all don't want to
We're
see no
we're
strip
going to
club. Y'all ain't
Magic
going with me
City.
no way.
We're going to Magic City. We're going to Magic City. Eric's paying because he big money.
You got me rolling, bro.
Eric's paying. He big money. We're going to Magic City.
So y'all have fun.
That's your city. Oh
And then we gonna cause so much of ruckus that people Lester's gonna do a video on us.
Oh Lord.
no! Hell no! I don't want to be statistic.
I be on camera like I came here with Harmonize. I don't know where
No,
she
you didn't
at. She
either.
left.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you did not. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir.
You
No,
would
sir.
say that for real? You would head me out to dry like that?
And I'll be like, I wasn't even there. Prove I was there. Nah, sir, nah.
Oh my goodness.
Nah.
And these are the people I call my
You gonna have
friends.
to, I don't know what to tell you
These
about
are the people.
that. Yeah.
Oh, man.
You're gonna have to do somebody else. I ain't gonna be able to do it.
These are the people I love. I can't get Amanize to be
Child,
my
no, they gonna be like,
alibi.
no, we got her on tape at the hotel. You sure do. I wasn't even there.
Oh, man. That was a good laugh. I thought you were gonna lie.
I don't know what to tell you.
So we can't go to Magic City.
Y'all
We
can go to
can't
Magic
act a
City,
fool.
just don't get in no trouble trying to use me for no alibi. That's all.
Oh, you go. Oh, somebody got to drive a getaway car.
And I ain't gonna be there to try to get away with that. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
How you just gonna leave me out there like that?
That's y'all, listen, that's y'all trip. That ain't got nothing to do with me. That's y'all trip.
Listen, it's either Magic City
Y'all in Magic
or
City. I'm gonna be
Vegas.
at the I'm gonna be on the rooftop at the pool in the pool. I don't know. Oh, sorry about that, 18. Hey girl.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
I'm
You
good.
hear this
Hey,
nonsense? They
everyone.
trying to use me as their alibi for cutting the food at Magic City.
Girl, you
You
see
hear
that?
this?
What?
Somebody
But here's my
got to
thing.
be the.
Who are they trying to kidnap?
Girl, I don't know.
Hey, what's up going on,
Yo,
18?
I don't know. They trying to cut a food.
hey, hi, 18. Yo, the Boondocks did an episode saying let's kidnap Oprah. I'm just saying, all we need is a getaway driver, and Amana's leaving us out there to hang.
She's not,
No,
because she's
why
not
you
getting
keep
involved
getting
with
that
that.
stuff for that?
She
He
want to
live
be
there.
accessory. She doesn't want to be accessory.
This is what I'm saying. Get Death Note for that. Don't be, you know what I'm saying? He live there. Y'all gonna have me trying to drive to
No,
get away.
Death Note is too
No, I'm
military.
good. Mm-mm.
Death
Get him
Note
for
is
that.
too
I
military.
want to know. This
Well,
is
right. He ex-military, so you'll be sure to get away, sir. Don't you see how this works?
please help
We're
me.
not trying to collect bodies.
What are you trying? What?
He'll help you get rid of the bodies. That's what he do.
I don't want no bodies on me.
I'm just
Oh, you know
confused
what?
about
That might work
your
because
point of view.
Eric got a trailer. We could throw the bodies in the
Exactly. This is why
trailer.
you get the military man
Who,
to help
who are you
you.
trying to kill? What?
No,
What are you
bro, I
trying to
ain't doing
do?
that. No.
Who are you
Just
trying to
like
It's
snatch?
all
you.
A
coming together.
stripper? You don't have to have a
Huh?
getaway. As long as your money is right, that stripper coming. Just get your
Well,
money
our
right.
money ain't right. My money ain't right. This is on Eric.
Oh, well, see,
Eric's
that's the
treating the
problem.
Magic City.
That's the issue right there, 18.
I just want to act the fool so Pink Book Lessons can do a video on us,
Right. You
and
don't need
Amanas to be
that.
the
Yeah.
You do not
getaway
need
driver.
that.
Oh, you trying to get views?
Yeah.
Oh,
Man,
you trying
hell
to be
no.
famous?
Mm-mm. He trying to
Yeah.
get Pink Book Lessons
I
some
already
views because
look.
his channel ain't even active yet. No.
You trying to get social media famous? That's what
Child,
it
y'all
is.
know
Right.
that. Mm-mm.
Listen,
Yeah, bro, you
listen.
know I
All
don't
I
want to be
need.
on 15 minutes of shame. Oh, no. No.
Eric, you already complicit.
What you say?
Somewhat, but I wouldn't
You
do that, though.
tell me, Eric, you don't know a backcountry highway we can make stuff disappear. Tell me you don't know
Not
that.
in Atlanta.
That's why I told you who to call.
It's Atlanta, dude.
I told you who to call.
You got to call Death Note for that one.
I'm not trying to get bodies.
And you ain't got to get nobodies.
See, calling Death Note is like calling that brother from the last what's that movie, Eric? With Will Smith and Martin Lawrence.
Derek
Um
James is one of them people
Bad
you cannot
Boys.
go. Listen, just listen to me, Almanaz.
Oh, you talking about Bad Boys?
hold on, I want to hear what 18 Master say.
Derek
Go ahead,
James
darling.
is one of those people who, if you are on parole, please don't go anywhere with him. Okay?
That part right there.
Yeah, don't
This is what I'm talking about. I mean, I don't
18,
have no
I'm
plans
not
to be
that
on
bad.
parole, but you know,
I'm
You
not
just said it.
that bad.
Derek, you
I'm
just
just
said a
saying, would you
whole
have
lot
got out of
without
Magic
saying it.
City and
Listen,
cut a
I got
food?
a plan. I got a plan.
That
What's the
If
used to
we
be
plan?
call Death
my
Note,
late husband used to love him some Magic City.
Okay, what's the plan, Derek? What's
see? Okay,
It,
okay.
it
All right,
smelled like
listen.
funk. It smelled like butt and pussy.
the plan? For real.
We use Eric's trailer. We're gonna kidnap all the dancers, right? We're gonna put them in, and then the security. We have Death Note take care of them, but we can't have no bodies. That's what I'm saying. Death Note is like that brother from that movie with Martin Lawrence and Will Smith. When he takes out all the intruders. No, no, you call
Why
Death Note,
Death
that
Note
means
got to be a
body.
killer in this situation? Why he can't
Cause
just
he military. That's
it
all they
don't mean he
train
was killing
for.
people. Why he can't just bring some brains to the operation? Why I got to be okay? Never
I'm the
mind.
brains. I'm the brains. You're the beauty. Extra
I ain't gonna
transportation.
be there. I done told y'all 16 times. I am not gonna be there.
This is an
You mean
epic
we can't call?
fail. This is not a plan that's gonna work, bro. This is an epic
It's
fail
not
off
because
the bat.
he don't want to call the necessary people. He don't want to call the necessary people.
You know what? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
The government or the big brother already listening. So when you go to Atlanta,
Yeah, for
you
real.
know
But they
you're
got
gonna be
folks
followed.
hemmed up. I'm going to get scrubbed. Y'all ain't That's gonna work.
I'm scared. I'm scared of trouble. I used to work in jail. I never want to be there.
Child, ain't it a fool?
Honey, okay. There's some fools in there, but it was some fools that protected me. Thank you, God, for them.
You ain't know.
Mm-hmm. Their games, they ain't playing
I'm
right
just trying
now.
to first off, what is gonna get what's gonna be happening in there that all of this is even gonna be necessary, Derek? That's what we want to know.
And what does your girlfriend have to say about all of this?
This is what I'm saying.
We can't hear you, Derek. Eric Jordan, where are you? His mic is muted, Eric Jordan.
Yeah, I'm in my bike. Just then sometimes it gets real loud, so I mute it.
Okay.
Oh, where are you?
But
You at work?
right now, yeah, I'm driving my truck.
Oh, you
I'm in
driving?
Georgia.
Oh, that's good.
Yep.
Be safe. Be safe on that
Yeah,
road.
man. I am. I'm heading to get over Virginia of all places.
Derek, what does your girlfriend
Yeah,
have to say about all of this?
I don't have a girlfriend.
Well, are you talking to someone?
I would like to talk to somebody, but she lives too far away.
Oh, how
Plus,
far away does
plus
she
I
live?
think some, plus I think some other guys are sniffing around her. I can feel
What
it in the force.
what does that mean?
And she, huh?
You can shoot your shot?
I have. She keeps telling me not today. That's her favorite line. Not today.
She keeps telling you don't come see
But
her
she,
today?
no, no. I asked her to marry me, and she says we can't do that today.
You don't even know her yet. Don't y'all have the courts? Like the old people used to say,
Uh,
courts.
after my experience with black women, I didn't want to date black women anymore, and she brought me back. I will say that she's cool to talk to. She's beautiful, and if I had my way with her, oh boy! But
But is she a
you
beautiful
know,
person on the inside?
yes,
You sure?
yeah.
Okay. So the
She
representative
takes care of her dad. She
as the
takes care of her
representative
dad.
left the
She take.
building,
Hmm?
has the representative left the building?
No, she is not
Okay.
a faker.
You can't even want to.
She she is the real deal,
That's
and
good.
That's it.
she's a good friend. I love her, and if she ever need anything, I would make sure she get it.
Alvin
And
Isaac, he talking about
she
you.
What you say?
Is he talking about you?
I'm not gonna answer that.
Okay.
Now, once you ask
Mhm.
me who I'm talking about,
Who are you talking about?
it's not Eric Jordan.
Bro, you got me rolling.
Okay, y'all doing a lot.
Oh, I swear this is an awkward moment right now.
I didn't think you would be
remember,
talking
remember,
about Eric.
it's you know what? If I could get to Harmonize, I would. She's, she's one of those. She's a beautiful woman,
She's worthy.
and
She's
she is.
worthy.
I told her that.
Hmm.
I told her that she's the woman that spoke about in Proverbs. I told her that. I told her that, and she is worthy. Because any woman tell me I have to meet her dad and her granddad and her sister even before, like yo, I ain't never had to do that. There are standards that need to be met, and whether it's me or somebody else, whoever marries this woman, it, they gonna get a prize. And I'm not
Exactly.
hyping her up. She's a good friend, a
Yep.
good woman, and she's not starring one in a million.
Yep. I told her
She's a
that.
good. She's good. See, that's verification and validation. Two people are telling you the same thing that never spoke about the
That's why
same
she
thing.
has to be vigilant about herself.
She is. She is.
Hmm.
She is. But if I could get to her, it's something else. She's she if she can change me with a conversation. Can you imagine what she'd do with somebody that she's in a relationship with? That would be awesome to see. That would be awesome. I can tell you one thing: she got a friend for life.
She what?
I'm not, she has a friend for life.
Yeah, she does.
We'll disagree until my last breath, but I know that she'll listen to me. That's a real big thing. She'll listen, and with her listening to me, I listen to her point of view. And we don't necessarily have to agree. That's what people have their own quirks and the way they see things. That's okay. The world
Grown
is a
people,
prison.
grown, mature people who know who they are and that are sure of who they are, they can agree to disagree without just disliking the person. Because
Exactly.
a
The
lot of
first time I
times,
saw her,
because you disagree with someone, they hate
hmm
you for life because you disagree on one little thing. That means you
yeah,
just a whole
yeah,
bad
I've been
person
there.
with some people.
I've been there. The first time I saw her, I did tell Eric, I said, man, this girl is gorgeous. She's gorgeous. And that cake she made, it was the cake I used to get her to notice me. She made this cake and she posted a picture and I did everything I could to compliment that cake just to get her to notice me. And she did. She didn't have to, she did. And we became friends after that. And I love her for it. She listens to me bitch and moan and she gives me her opinions about things. But everybody needs a friend like her. And I'll leave that right there. That's why I tell Eric when he goes over in her area, when he's doing his deliveries, to send her, yo, check in on Amanize when she okay. Okay, I'm saying too much. It must be the moonshine.
What do you still messing with that moonshine?
I told you.
Derek, you're not supposed to be drinking moonshine. It's not good for your
18.
kidneys.
I have dropped my A1C to 5, but you're right. I didn't have this um thing of moonshine for
You've been
about a
drinking that
month.
moonshine for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, was it? Has it been 2 weeks?
Close
Yeah,
to it.
yeah. Unless you know, I don't drink. Well,
Wait a minute. That was
it
what? Was that
depends on
Mother's
what.
Day?
No, yeah, I did get it around Mother's Day.
Okay, well no, that's almost a month. Let me back up. That's almost a month.
Yeah, because they had went down to Gatlinburg for Mother's Day because her Mother's Day is around my daughter's birthday, so they had went down to Gatlinburg and stayed the weekend in a cabin, and they brought me back some moonshine, and I had it since that Monday. I can't drink it real like I want to because it's so strong, so I can only sip like baby sips. So I didn't have it that long. But Amanize is
Hmm.
she's good. She's a good person, good woman, good woman. She make a brother want to relocate. I swear. If I could, I would relocate.
You hear that,
Yo, Eric,
Almanac?
come pick me up, man.
You hear that,
So I can
Almanac?
put
Yeah, I hear it.
Go pick you up right now. No, I can't do it right
yeah,
now, bro.
I can put my car in the trailer.
He got merchandise in the trailer.
But I do got merchandise right now.
Man, let me tell you about Eric, man. Every time he's in the area, we hook up. That's a good brother, man.
No,
That's
not
that's a
that.
brother. I got his back no matter what. Now we didn't have some heated arguments. It's not like we disagree on some things, but that's my brother, man. That's my brother, and I love him. I got his back.
Oh, yeah. Bro. One thing is, we can't be using people of color, bro. Don't ever use that word
Huh?
again, bro. Don't use people of
What word
color.
again?
People of color, bro.
What are you
Mm.
supposed to call people of color?
Their ethnicity, pretty much. Is they Mexican? They Mexican. They
You
Venezuelan.
want
They
me to call out
Venezuelan.
Right.
ethnicity?
Yes, ethnicity.
So you
Because
want
people of color
me? You now listen to
is
me.
the
Now
most
listen to
ignorant
me.
thing you can say, for real. I'm being honest with you on that, bro.
Say it again, Eric.
You want me,
Eric.
Eric?
Saying people
You
of
want
color is
me?
probably the most ignorant thing you can say, for real. I'm being honest.
You want me to be politically correct in a
Wait a
politically
minute.
incorrect
Wait a minute.
society?
Yes.
Wait a
Yes,
minute.
sir.
Wow.
Wait a minute. Eric Jordan. Say ethnicity.
Yes, ethnicity.
There you go. You got it right now, baby.
That's his
I'll let you know
California
sometimes I
accent.
can't pronounce it.
That's okay. Sometimes
Most
I
people
can't
don't even
say
think I'm from
Pacific
California.
Ocean.
That's the most funniest thing ever, though. Most people don't even think I'm from California. Most people think I'm from the South at all. All that I can do is laugh.
Eric would be my best man if I ever get married.
I got you, bro. I got you on that.
Oh, we already said we're gonna use his truck for the wedding. Like the limousine is gonna be his trailer. We're gonna put cans
That's gonna be the
and
most
stuff
jealous
on
thing ever, bro. That's gonna be way too ghetto, bro, for real. That's gonna say just
I mean, it would
I
be
ain't gonna
ghetto.
put
It
the
would be
just marry
sticky.
on it.
It would be country. It won't be ghetto. It'd be country.
Bro, that's gonna be the most ghetto shit ever.
That would be so cool. We'll save a lot of money. We'll save a lot of money.
Okay, I got a question for you, bro. How everybody gonna fit in the
Go
trailer
ahead, brother.
for the wedding? How's everybody gonna fit? That's my question to you, bro.
You know what?
Unless it's gonna be a really small wedding or something.
Well, no, because I don't have many people coming to my wedding besides my daughter and a couple other people. So the bride would have her family, her mom or dad or whoever. So yeah. So if I marry, let's just say I married Almanaz, I already know who's going to be there. I already
Okay,
know.
There's gonna be more people that
that's
gonna
the only why I'm asking.
She
I mean,
said
you can
she's
see a
gonna be
lot of
more.
things in this trailer, but I mean, it's gonna be
Thank
to me.
you,
It's gonna be awkward though. It's gonna be awkward
thank
because
you. We
my
can
truck
look. Listen,
is, I
I'm
guess,
not
it's
we
somewhat
can hang
narrow.
TVs up.
coming to no trailer wedding
We
shit.
can hang TVs up in the trailer, right? We can put
I'm not
lights
doing
in the
that.
trailer. We can put a bar in the trailer. We can have a whole reception in the trailer, and then we can take it on the road.
Bro, you're doing too much.
Hey,
You're
I'm
doing way
trying
too
to save.
much.
I'm trying to save money, man.
I mean, too much with that, bro. Way too ghetto. Hell,
Because
it's like
the
you been
honeymoon,
out of a
I got
gymnasium or something, bro.
a gymnasium.
Yeah, it's like at a high school or
Nah,
something. That save you a lot more money than my day trailer. I'll be honest with you there.
You could just have it on the beach. You could just have it
I
set
don't
up on
have
the
any
beach.
plugs. I
It
don't
don't
have
have
no
to be
kind of
a
well, look
plugs.
really.
at
It don't have to be a
what
grand
the
elaborate setup. You can do a nice
well,
little
let's
setup
ask
on the
Amina
beach.
because I never asked her. I never asked her. Amina, where
what?
would you want to be married at if you
Not in
had
no
your
trailer.
choice? Huh?
Not in no trailer.
Oh,
I
Right.
don't blame you, John. I don't blame you.
Cause that sounds hot. That sounds like it's gonna be hot. And again, I got peoples. We can't. Yeah, they ain't enough room.
we could get we could get a double wide trailer.
No, I'm good.
Them things are
Bro, you
big.
ghetto.
I know.
I
I
know.
think this some kind of
Why?
cost for the
Why?
affair.
Why can't you get?
No,
Why
I'm
can't
good.
you get married on the
Nah,
beach at sunset? The
something. But
hell?
you know, ain't got
You
that
get married on the beach
I
at
go
sunset. No,
no.
Well,
in a trailer.
Amina, she is close.
Well, first,
She
how
is
much you
close to
get
the
that man money
beach.
off like that? Somebody get married in the trailer. That means he had a commission.
The
Okay, okay. I would married on the beach. That does sound good. That does sound good. Maybe we can
Bro, you can
make a
even get married as
bar.
a holler of justice, bro. That probably be the cheapest you can do it, bro. And people can sit and watch the damn wedding, bro.
Yeah, you could
Just
get
be
married
able to
at the.
show that.
You could get married at probate court,
We
right?
ain't
Where
got
you?
that time for
Yeah,
that.
but who?
Nah,
Okay,
not me.
as the bride, doesn't the bride decide where to get married?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
But you already decided. You said a trailer.
child.
We
I
we
don't,
we we
I'm
we
just
not
trying
rich.
to.
We not rich, but
I'm just trying to.
we do have class. You don't have to. Money don't mean you have class.
girl, say it one more time
Class
for the people in the
class
back.
is
Oh
Can't hear you.
Lord.
class is a characteristic that you're born with.
Thank
You
you.
know
Say
that,
it one
right?
more
Yes,
time for the
ma'am.
people in the rapture.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. So,
Mm-mm.
but when I asked her if she had her choice, she said not in the trailer. So that's still open. Not in the trailer. Okay, fine. On the beach, that sound good. At sunset or sunrise, which is better.
Yeah, because it's gonna be too hot, and we want to party like it's 1999.
That part right there. That part.
Somebody sounds like the wedding planner. That's what it
Mhm.
sounds like.
What you say?
What's
I could
wrong?
be.
Are you cooking?
Who, me?
Why not? Telling my daughter, trying to get her to cook.
How old is she?
14.
Oh yeah,
14.
I was cooking for everybody when I was 9. It used to be 5 of us, me, my brother, and then my 3 cousins.
My
His
daughter,
sister
she
couldn't cook. My she was like a cousin sister, but she was always cute, the cute one out the bunch, you know. So she didn't. I had to
I,
teach her how to cook after we finished high school. I taught her how to make cabbage, fried chicken, cornbread, and macaroni and cheese because she wanted to cook for someone. Y'all, that was the only meal she knew how to cook for a long time.
Wow.
And
fried
then
cabbage or steamed cabbage.
the cabbage was fried back then. Yeah,
Yes,
I would
ma'am.
fry it.
Yes, ma'am. I fried some cabbage Sunday. Charlotte was too
I
good.
would fry it like
Oh
my
man, I
grandma
wish
used
I
to
could
in
fry some
bacon grease.
cabbage.
You
Yes,
fried it
ma'am.
in bacon
Yes,
grease?
I
ma'am.
wish.
Yes, ma'am. It
Mhm.
was
No,
I
good.
don't. I
18,
don't
they
do
don't
that
eat pork
now.
here.
I do.
When I fry my cabbage, I fry it in like avocado oil, and then I
Mm-hmm.
saute my
Mm.
vegetables like for flavor. I don't do like the bacon grease and stuff.
Girl, I don't want y'all. I
I
think
do.
Avocado
five
oil.
flavors over in there. Mm-mm.
Yeah. See,
That's a
I
good one. I didn't think about that.
Think about what?
and
Using
I put
avocado oil.
yeah, and I
Oh,
use the
yeah.
fat. I use red peppers, yellow peppers, orange peppers, a little bit of celery, cumin to give
Okay.
it
I ain't
flavor.
doing that.
Yeah.
Hmm.
You ain't doing all
When you try to change, I had to change my eating habit.
like if I
And so
don't
you
have
got brother
if I don't
getting hungry.
yeah, if I
I
don't
got
have
a
any
brother.
vegetables, I'll use a little bit of oil and then I'll use the Goya um ham flavor seasoning. Throw a little bit of that over there, pat of butter. Same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just
Y'all
changed
making me
everything.
hungry.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't, and,
hungry
you
too,
know,
Eric.
I don't have to cook because my husband's gone. Being single could be a pleasure. It could be a gift and a curse.
Depending
You
on
know
how
what I'm
you
saying? It could be a gift and a curse because I don't. When I first, like I got used to it, and then my kids was gone to school, so I was used to just me being in the house and my dog. I could eat an avocado and that be dinner to me.
mm-hmm.
But since my kids back, they be like, "Ma, you cook." I don't cook like that. But I am. I want me tonight. I want me some shrimp spaghetti and white wine and garlic white wine sauce. So that's what I'm gonna make tonight.
Okay.
Hmm.
My next meal I'm making is curry chicken and basmati rice.
Yeah, curry chicken is good. You put the potatoes in yours.
I saw this recipe. What's his name? Grilling with AB. I've been following him for
Oh yeah,
years. I made a
I like
couple.
grilling AB. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, yeah, he
Sometimes you
do.
Mhm.
can
I
go
made
too
a
far.
couple of his dishes, and he got one for chicken parmesan. I was gonna make. I was like, I'm gonna say that for somebody special.
Yeah, I used to make
So
chicken parmesan, but I'm gonna tell you
I
what I
love it.
make. I'm gonna tell you what I make. Have you ever tried the lasagna, the eggplant lasagna?
Yeah.
You
I
tried
I've
it? I love it. I love it.
I don't know. but I had a vegetable lasagna,
Yeah, I've
and it
had
I
that
was
used to
too.
really
make
good.
I used to make vegetable lasagna for my daughter, but eggplant, I used to sell it too because a lot of people used to want me to make it for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the eggplant lasagna is good. It's just time consuming.
Mm.
Yeah.
You ever had it, Derek?
No, ma'am. I've had the vegetable lasagna, and
Please
I've
don't mind
had
me.
eggplant parmesan before, and I have that, but I didn't
I
have the
never,
eggplant
I
lasagna.
never made eggplant parmesan. I need to try it. Mhm.
It's the same concept as chicken parmesan,
Eggplant
and
parm is good
you just substitute the eggplant
for the chicken.
Eggplant Parmesan is delicious, though.
for the
Not gonna
chicken.
lie there.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Mhm.
I got this recipe, getting this stuff together for my. I like curry, so
The
I like
curry
different
I like the chief curry.
different curries.
I like chief curry.
Um,
I don't like too many different types of curry. I guess because chief is what all the Jamaican restaurants use when was growing up
uh,
in Bridgeport. I can't do all
uh,
types of curry. Some of it's
I
too
can.
hot.
I love it. I love the spice. I love it. I'm not gonna lie.
Do you
From the
do
African to Jamaican to the regular curry. I like stuff hot, but I know the people I live with, especially my daughter, they don't like it hot like I like. So I put
yeah,
my
that curry
spices
is
in
too hot.
later.
Some of it's too hot.
Yeah, you got to be
Yeah,
careful.
I've seen it.
Everybody don't know what they doing.
This one is gonna have curry powder, coconut milk. It's a very simple recipe that he came up with. This guy, the grilling with AB. This guy, his dishes. Oh, and then he be collabing with Mr. Make It Happen or Make It Happen. His stuff is good too.
I
But
love
I like he,
I like coconut milk.
he got.
Jamaicans cook with coconut milk a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm,
when I wanted Jamaican food one time, I couldn't find any good Jamaican food that tastes like, because people just they don't put enough red beans in it, either it was too mushy. So I just had somebody to teach me how to make the stuff myself. The only thing I haven't mastered was the stew, the fish. You know how they fry the fish down in the carrots and onions.
Yeah.
It's mostly like
yeah,
red snapper. I haven't mastered that yet.
I now here's the thing about me and Jamaican food. I like jerk chicken. But the ones that I've tried out of some restaurants is too salty for me. So I don't eat jerk
What's too
chicken.
salty for you?
Jerk chicken.
I never had it
The jerk
salty.
see
I never had jerk
if
chicken
I'm
salty.
I let's see,
You
I
have to try. I'm gonna tell you the jerk seasoning to get Walker Robbins.
Walker Robins.
My lieutenant was Jamaican. That man was fine too. Um, and I told him, I said, I can't find good jerk seasoning. And he said, get Walker Robbins jerk seasoning.
I'll try it. I just don't like the salt. My family they like their food salty. I don't put a lot of salt. When I season stuff, it's onion powder, garlic powder, whatever it's seasoning I use a lot of Kinder's seasoning. I like their seasoning, but I just don't like it salty.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
So I stick.
Do you plant your herbs?
No, my daughter plants herbs. She tried to before, but they didn't take for some reason. I thought about getting me a little rosemary bush because I do like the smell of rosemary and basil.
Rosemary is good for you. I put that in tea too. I do rosemary, cloves, star anise, ginger, and turmeric.
I use dandelion root, burdock, and I got some mint, and I make my own herbal tea bags. I need to get some more dandelion root. I've tried mullein, or is it Mullen? I've tried that. Uh,
But
so
I'm gonna tell you
I
something. How you gonna be eating all that to repair yourself and you drinking moonshine and then you eating hot dogs and stuff? You can't eat stuff with a lot of preservatives.
I don't eat a lot of hot dogs. I Most of my stuff that I cook fresh. I don't eat a lot of. I've ate hot dogs,
Do you
and
cleanse?
I've ate.
Do you cleanse
I
like every
used to.
3 months? Like juice? Do you juice and water
I
like three
I
days out
I
of every
drink.
3 months? Huh?
I If I could show you a picture of this water that I keep, the best way I can describe it is I took the big bottle of Hawaiian Punch, the biggest you could get, and once they were done drinking all the juice, I used it and I keep my water in it. I drink beet juice. I've drunk uh, tart tart cherry juice. Me and Eric was just talking about that. They help, with bowel movements and stuff. I've ate uh, papaya, and I keep the seeds because papaya seeds are full of magnesium. Plus, they help kill parasites in the body. Again, I drink a lot of burdock and dandelion, and I just saw something on getting sarsaparilla, so I might get some sarsaparilla root and make different herbal tea with it. It's just cheaper for me to buy the leaves and make my own tea bags. It's just more economical that way. So yeah, I do detoxing sometimes, and I just told Eric and I just told Amanize today that I have lost 20 pounds.
How many?
20.
No, that's good. You walk? You
That's
started
not.
walking?
I don't do a lot of walking because of my leg. What I've
Oh,
done is one thing I have watched what I ate or eat. I'm starting to watch the times that I eat. Um, and I'm not gonna say I'm doing it all natural. I got some medication to help for it. Um, so I do what I can. I've dropped my A1C to 5. It was 7 3 months ago, and now I dropped it to 5. Dropped my weight, and I'm dropping my blood pressure. That's what I'm working on now. And I just continue try to tackle one thing at a time as far as getting. I'm not going to get back to where I used to be when I was younger, but I want to be better than where I am now.
that's understandable. You just have to take your time and focus. Mm.
Yeah, yeah. If I'm gonna make that cake for me, that'd be my cheat day.
What kind of cake did you make, Almond Eyes?
German chocolate.
Oh, I made it was
Uh,
homemade.
Yes, ma'am.
I do that too. I ain't
oh,
make a
it
homemade
was
German chocolate cake in like 4 years.
Girl, that's every
it
Everything
was
good.
so
Let
good
me tell
looking.
you, Almond Eyes, it's good and what?
Mm-hmm.
That's why I don't make it all the
It was
time.
it was
Yeah.
so good
Mhm.
looking. She posted a picture of that cake. I was like, I gotta have it.
I should make one for
I
my
gotta have
birthday
that
instead
cake.
of letting my daughter buy me a cake. She wanna buy me a bundt cake. You know the bundt
Oh,
cake?
yeah, yeah. I know you're
Yeah,
talking about.
that's what I'm gonna get Nancy Michon for her birthday. Y'all miss her birthday dinner, but
Yeah, I peeped over there.
I might make me a I might
When was
make
your
me a
birthday
German
dinner?
chocolate. My birthday is the 20th.
Your birthday is the 20th. And when is Messi's birthday?
Sunday.
Messi birthday is that Friday or Saturday?
Sunday.
It's Sunday.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta order her
This Sunday
stuff
coming
so
out?
she can pick
Okay.
it up.
Yeah, my birthday in August.
hmm But
Yes,
we
I know. Your
celebrating
birthday
Saturday,
is
so I gotta order
your
her bundt
birthday
cake
is
so she can pick it up and have it for Saturday night.
Amanda's
Your
birthday
birthday
is
is
the
in
same
August.
birthday my late brother's.
Almanaz, your birthday is August what?
The 12th.
Okay. And Eric, when is your birthday?
My birthday already passed. My birthday is in April 16th.
Well, you're gonna have another one, right?
Yeah,
We're gonna
next
see
year.
you. We're gonna see you next year.
Yep.
When's your birthday, Derek?
December 1st, 1969.
Oh, December. Oh, Derek, you old. You're old cool.
Yeah, he old.
I told you I was
Yep.
old.
I always thought
That's older than
why I
me.
always think I'm the grandmother of the group. I'm the auntie of the group. I'm older than everybody.
I don't
I
know.
guess because my soul is old.
Maybe.
I'm pretty
No,
sure
your
you're older than
soul is
me,
young and beautiful.
18.
What you say, Eric?
So I'm pretty sure you're older than me.
Who, me?
Yeah,
Yes, I'm older than you. How old are you?
36.
Yes, I'm older than all y'all young roosters, stallions. I'm gonna call y'all stallions. I'm older than all y'all young stallions.
Pretty much.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What you gonna do with that, Amir? Would you peel the shrimp for me? You about to make your cinnamon rolls? Huh? Or you playing the game?
Cinnamon rolls sound good.
I don't need them, but
Cinnamon rolls sound real good right
my
now.
son about to make some homemade cinnamon rolls,
Okay.
but I don't need them. Usually, I make the dough and I let him make the dough. I let him do. Usually, I make the dough and he'll do the rest of the process.
Mm-hmm.
But I let him make the dough this time, and I don't know if he had the butter and the milk too warm for the yeast because it's not rising. But
Oh.
my friend said, Amir, I'm on a live. You got to turn that down when you open your door. My friend said that he could still roll the dough out and
Yeah.
it'll rise a little bit, but it won't be fluffy like we
Yeah.
used to.
Make it, yeah, but put it somewhere where it
hmm
ain't super hot.
hmm So that's what he said he's gonna do. hmm Time to take the trash out. I guess there's garbage man coming in the morning.
Garbage man.
Yeah, I don't cook like I used to. I used to make yeast rolls and everything.
I haven't cooked like that in a long time.
Y'all
No,
make
yeah, I
some
don't cook
lemon
like
roll.
that.
I'm supposed to be trying to get my sourdough together, but I was gonna do that today. I ain't even do that. I'm gonna feed my starter and try again tomorrow.
Do
I'm
a
gonna make,
starter. I was gonna order the starter for sourdough
Girl, Child,
from
I just made it. I
Amazon.
just made it. You ain't gotta order it.
Why?
wait a minute. You
So you
make
gonna
your
send
own
me a part of
bread?
your starter?
Huh?
You don't have a
You
sourdough
make your
starter?
I do, but I made it. I didn't buy it.
How you make it? How do
I
you
sent
make
you
it?
the email. It's step by
Okay,
step instructions and they work.
okay, okay.
To answer your question, Derek, yes, sir.
What is it that you can't do?
Just depends. I mean, in the kitchen ain't much. No, I ain't even gonna sit here and hold you. Ain't much.
Yes. I used to be right up under my grandma in the kitchen.
That
So
part right there.
and
Yeah.
actually, but now I had to get out the kitchen when she was canning food, and she
Well,
did me a
that's the one thing
yep.
that that's like she would do it, but like it wasn't on like a mass scale. So like I would always miss it.
It was
But
a delicate process, and
the
she would
rest
be
of
like,
it, yeah,
"You
nah,
can't be in the kitchen because it's a delicate process."
yeah.
And honey, I she did me an injustice because I feel she did me an injustice because I should have learned how to can because I want to do all of that. When I move back to the country, I want to plant my gardens. I could do that.
There's some real good videos on there.
I'm canning.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna can all my vegetables and preserve all my vegetables. I'm not gonna be buying vegetables from the grocery store. I see they even can watermelon.
Who did? Okay, I don't know about that one now.
Now that's what I said. And they be canning chicken. Who the hell? Excuse
Okay,
me.
now
Who
I've
the
seen
hell?
that like on the yeah.
I'm not. I'm not gonna eat it. I'm not gonna eat.
I
What
mean, it
y'all,
be cooked. It
Eric,
be
Don't blame you.
cooked. It just ain't.
Eric and Derek, tell me what y'all think about canned chicken. It don't look right
Like
in my
Oh,
eyes.
because it's boiled.
Canned chicken is disgusting. I'm not
it's the
gonna lie,
same thing
that's
about potted
disgusting.
meat.
Yeah,
I feel
and it's
It,
crazy
the same
because
way
I
about
like.
potted meat or canned meat.
Yeah, I don't.
yeah,
Mm-mm.
I pass on canned chicken all day.
I we ain't come up like that.
Child, me neither.
All of
I
that,
ain't see my grandma's
It
can no
all,
was
chicken.
never that hard. It was never that hard.
all I know,
Nah,
canned chicken smell like dog food to me. Really, I'm not gonna lie to
ooh,
you, man.
I've seen my grandma. I seen where they had a hog, and they had it in the barn when I was little, and she was salted to keep it
Yeah, to preserve it.
to
Yeah.
preserve it. But can I seen they had I never was I wasn't around when the smoke houses were useful, but they had old smoke houses that they would put their own meat in, and they would
Yeah.
smoke their own meat.
I bet that meat was
Hmm.
good.
Say that again.
I said, I bet that meat was good.
I'm sure it was they smoked meat back in the day was good. I wonder if people still do that, like in the mountains and in the deep,
They
deep
do.
south.
They do. The meat be in the front and the moonshine be in the back.
My uncles used to my uncles on my paternal side.
Mm.
They still had liquor stills when I was a little liquor stills when I was a little girl. And one of my uncles, he had it up until I was in like my 30s and 40s. My grand uncle. He would make his own moonshine. He sure would.
Yes, honey.
He sure would. He sure did. He made his own moonshine.
That's what's up.
Another thing I didn't learn
Pretty
how to do was
sure.
make wine. My grandma
Oh,
made
it's
wine.
a chick on Instagram. I sent it to you. 18. She made wine. Like she be going the whole process. How she made some
Yep.
so was it pineapple ginger? I was like, girl, send me some of that. So she's supposed to be hooking
Oh,
me up.
wow.
I was
That
like, I
sounds good. Pineapple
don't it
ginger.
though. Don't it?
My grandma used to like, you know how they used to can peaches, can pears, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
My grandmother used to cut the skins, put it inside like they used to have 5-gallon buckets, but these buckets had lids. I don't know what came in
I
them.
know what you're talking about. Yeah, like fermented.
And she didn't throw away nothing. Like if she would can the peaches, she would keep the skin and use that to make wine. And she would sell the wine. And people would buy it too.
I'm
They
telling you,
made wine.
that's the best kind to get drunk off of.
Let me
Listen,
tell you, we
man,
gotta we gonna have to go back to that because the food in the grocery store is killing us.
you ain't know.
Yes, that's the best wine to get drunk off of. When I was pregnant with my son, my father found out that I like homemade wine. Every night, he would make sure I kept wine. Every night, I would put a cup of wine in the freezer and drink it every night when I was pregnant with him before the bed. I would make it like good and slushy. Oh my God. I said, this baby gonna be a drunk. But he was all right every night. That's how I unwind. Did I do it the night before I had him? I don't think so. But yeah. And he like wine. Come on, y'all. Y'all getting bored.
Hey, what?
No, we listening to y'all. I like wine too. I like the Moscato flavor.
Okay,
Mustang?
we no, we gonna get on.
No, I'm sorry, not the Moscato. The Riesling. I like
Oh, you like
Riesling.
okay,
Um,
Riesling? Yeah, yeah.
You know what I used to
I
like,
don't.
You
y'all?
don't like Pinot Grigio?
Uh, no, it's kind of dry to me.
Okay.
It's
Chelsea,
kind of
what you
dry.
said? You said my
I
ex
do
dad
like the,
made homemade wine. He got drunk off of it.
I do
What's
like
what's
a wine
irresponsible?
called.
Gary the snail. What's irresponsible? Tell me what's irresponsible. What's irresponsible as hell? Me drinking homemade wine? Is that what you're saying? Irresponsible? I didn't know it was alcohol in homemade wine. It's a lot of alcohol in homemade wine.
Yeah, girl, yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Yes,
okay. Gary the snail. It ain't do nothing to me.
Yeah, it's not wine until
No,
it's
that's
the
not.
alcohol
That's
kind of
not
fills up.
irresponsible. It's wine. It was homemade wine.
Don't matter.
My
I mean,
son, my
it's
son
still
came out here, huh?
it's still alcohol. So I mean, I see where he coming from, but I mean that was just
It
but
ain't
yeah,
that serious.
but
It
yeah, I
ain't
mean
that
it's not
serious.
wine until it's got a certain amount of alcohol. So I mean, yeah, once they hit wine, it's alcohol.
It ain't that serious.
like Blue
Old people
Beret
used to do it.
and a
No, it's not
wine called.
irresponsible. It's not. Another person busting in you while you pregnant. That's irresponsible. Lord, my son got a high IQ. He fine. He healthy. He fine.
I should go
He's
get me a
21.
bottle of wine.
What?
I should go get me a bottle of wine.
Of wine?
Yeah, I ain't had a good bottle. The last bottle of wine I had, I brought that Snoop Dogg wine.
Yeah,
Well, the
I heard
wine
some
with
stuff
Snoop
about that.
Dogg.
How was it?
It's okay. No, I take that back. The last bottle of wine I had was a nurse gave me a bottle of wine that you heat up to drink.
I ain't
That
never
was
heard of that.
cool. It
About a
reminded
wine that you
me of
what?
I ain't never heard
you
of
heat
that.
it up to drink it.
Oh, what kind of wine was that?
I don't know. She
I
was part
heard
of a
that
bar.
before. I heard that
Fetal,
before.
hold on. Fetal alcohol syndrome. Yes, because I used to work with kids. That's for people that are drunks. I was not a drunk. I was not a lush. I was not an
You ain't
alcoholic.
but you
That's
ain't
for those
necessarily
people.
gotta be
That's
no
for
lush to
people who
pass that
drink.
to the kids
That's
though.
for people who drink strong drinks, way
Not
stronger than
necessarily
wine.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Diddy coming for you. Hide the baby oil.
Okay, see, we ain't got time for
Oh,
that. We ain't got no time for that. We ain't got no time for that.
nope.
See, so I'm saying folks be trying to derail the conversation with the foolishness.
Some always in the peanut gallery think they know more than the person talking. That's just the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
Some things never change.
Who's in prison?
What happened?
This is
Who's
the
in
way
prison?
it is. Some
I don't
people
know about
never
it.
change.
Okay, well, I mean, at this point, it's over and done with now.
I know he's 21, going on 22.
That's like me saying all I give my daughter is sugar.
What? What's like the same
If you
only
go
the
by
first
what
year? Say that again.
I mean, if you go by what that person is saying, I'm not reading the comments. If you go by what that person is saying, all I give my daughter is sugar.
What do you mean?
He was talking about fetal alcohol earlier.
I mean, hell, that might be true. Most stuff that people eat got sugar in it.
Have a good
That's
day,
right.
Grandma Snail. Have a great day. Be blessed.
Dun, 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 dun.
It was a
Yeah,
better
I'm
way. It
hungry.
was a better way to say that. But I mean, you don't have to get blasted every day for your kid to have, you know what I'm saying, uh, repercussions from fetal alcohol syndrome. But it was a better way to say that.
A better way to say what?
You know what I'm saying? That drinking while pregnant can be dangerous. That's all that had to be
Mhm.
said. And left it there.
It wasn't a whole lot.
What you say? You making you smashed beef patty with cheese, baked beans, and
Oh,
honey
that
cinnamon
sounds good.
carrots. I was with you till you got to the
That
baked
sound
beans. I ain't really a bean
that
fan, but
sound
okay.
Who's
good.
making that? Who's making that? Chelsea, I'm making smashed beef patty with cheese, baked beans, and so you put the beef, you put the ingredients on the inside, the beef patty with cheese and the baked beans, and it's put it in the
Baked beans
patty.
just on the side. I do sound like some hot pie right now, though.
That sound good. I ain't gonna lie. Smash beef patty.
If you said beans on the side, okay.
Oh, Chelsea love honey cinnamon carrot. She eat that almost every night. It was a restaurant I went to. Could it be Ryan's or could it be what's the other one? I think it's nasty now. I don't even go to buffets. They used to sell honey cinnamon carrots.
It used to be a Ryan Steakhouse out this
Uh,
way.
Golden
That was
Corral.
years ago.
We don't even have Ryan's no more.
You know, Ryan's went out of business. What is it called now? Golden Corral?
Oh yeah. Well yeah, yeah. I ain't gonna go to corral in forever.
Yeah, I don't. I stopped going to
Me
buffets a
either.
long time ago.
Golden Corral's quite high.
It's
Yeah,
what?
go to corral in high. Yeah, yeah. You can go to Outback for them prices.
I
A lot
agree.
of people be there on a Sunday though.
Yeah, they be in there. What you
Yeah,
gotta do is you gotta go like if they like 30 minutes
Mhm.
before breakfast over and just roll it into lunch.
That's what it was, Chelsea Lynn.
That
It
way you can
was
get both
it
of
was
them.
a Japanese restaurant in Charlotte that I used to like to go to that sold the honey carrots.
I think that's Nakatos.
Mhm.
that sounds good right now. Hey, oh shoot, anything sounds good right now when you're hungry.
What'd you say?
I said that sounds good right now. Anything sounds good when you're hungry. I'm hungry, but I'm not hungry. And I don't know,
So are you really
should I
hungry or
continue?
you just need a good drink of water?
Oh, I got water right here, but you're probably right.
It's kind of late.
I might make me a sandwich to get a bag of popcorn.
What kind of sandwich
See,
you
that's why I
making?
love. That's why I
Uh,
love that girl.
turkey and Swiss.
Oh, that sounds good.
It's either that or make me a protein shake.
Girl, protein shake. I know I'm not cooking again this late.
I know I cooked Sunday and then I ate, you know what I'm saying, leftovers of that yesterday.
I cook Saturday night for Sunday.
And then I know I'm gonna eat out tomorrow. I'll try it like I got some sense.
How you doing with your lifestyle change?
I'm doing good. Doing pretty good.
You still go to the gym?
I walk like at least I'll do my 3 miles. You know what I'm saying? In the eat like when I get off. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I did it early because I knew I was gonna be on the live stream. But like at, on my lunch hour, I'll go out and do like if I walk around the block from my house, one time around is a little bit over half a mile. So during my
Mm-hmm.
lunch hour, I usually walk around. You know what I'm saying about 3 times. So that give me a little like a mile and 3/4. And then when I get off, I'll go do my you're saying 3 miles. So um I get I get my walking in, but yeah, I do need to get on some I gotta get some weight training. I got to add that back in.
Mm-hmm. I guess the people at the gym disgusted you too much, huh?
Nah, the thing is like when I was going to the gym, like I wouldn't leave the house to go to the gym till like 10:30 at night.
I wish you wouldn't go that late.
I can't so like yeah. Because I lost my motivation to get up and go in the morning. So if I can get that back, then I'll just go to the gym in the morning and you know what I'm saying walk when I get out.
Yeah, I used to go 5 o'clock every morning. And then when I used to work overnight, the gym was right in front of my house. Well, down my road. I used
Mm-hmm.
to go get off and just go to the gym. And
Because
then
I mean like
sometimes
uh-huh.
when I couldn't sleep, I would just get up and go to the gym in the middle of the night.
Because see, my thing is the where the gym is. If I'm not going to the gym, I don't be over there. I don't have no reason to be over there unless I'm specifically going to the gym. So I gotta work that back out. I'm gonna figure it out though. I got things to do. I got a wedding to go to in August. I got to be tight.
Oh,
That's I
you
gotta.
in
That's
the
why I gotta
wedding?
go back to the. I gotta go back to Atlanta.
You in the wedding or you just going to the wedding?
I'm not in it. But it's definitely gonna be some eyes. It's a family event. It's gonna be eyes.
And you how old you turn this year?
Oh, 47.
Okay. Yeah. You gotta catch it before you get 50.
Catch what?
Catch that body before it get 50.
Oh, I'm working on it. I mean, I'm to the
Mhm.
point now. You know they say other people can see it before you do.
Cause I
I'm
can
at
see
the
it
point,
in your face.
I'm at the point where I'm starting to see it myself. So
Mm-hmm.
we
Yeah,
get
'cause
there.
I saw it in your face.
Oh, for real.
Mm-hmm.
People keep saying that. I'm a
Yeah,
little.
your face is smaller, your chin, everything. You don't want your chin to be saggy, you
Yeah, no,
know.
I can't. I don't want none of that. Mm-mm.
So you gotta be. You
Yeah, we
said
gonna.
when COVID hit, I got squat rack,
Uh-huh.
weights, treadmill, and a bike. I really am a homebody now.
Okay.
I don't blame you, Chelsea Lane. You could do it at home. You don't have to worry about germs and people.
I ain't got enough room for all of that.
You got a garage.
Nope.
Um, well, it's only you.
Girl,
Hmm.
that's another story.
Um, okay. All you really
I
need
just want her. I just
something
want
like
her
a
to be safe
elliptical.
when she goes out.
I do want a
I just
treadmill
want her
though.
to be safe.
Or at least a walking pad.
I like the elliptical better than the treadmill.
I hate that
I
thing.
had an elliptical.
I hate
Yeah,
that.
I love it, baby.
Mm-mm.
I
Hell,
love it. It take the weight right off of you.
I hate that
It
shit.
get you where you need to be. You don't even have to be on it long either.
So I can't. Me and them.
I don't like the treadmill.
I'd rather do this the stairmaster today. That damn elliptical. Oh no.
I love the elliptical
We are
and
not friends.
I love the rower too.
Yeah, now I get on the road. I work with you. That me and that elliptical. We don't. We just look at each other sideways and keep on going. 'Cause
Girl, I love it.
that's
Love
what.
it, love it, love it. Mhm. I love the elliptical.
Like, mm-mm. I'll be like, listen.
Hmm.
I'll be like, listen. I don't know. I need to revisit because,
Where he left us?
huh?
Eric Jordan left us.
Now he probably got a.
He could have said bye. He got nerves.
Oh, he done dipped on
No,
us.
Yeah.
sometimes he goes through areas where his calls drop.
Oh, okay. I know he didn't just leave.
No, he would say bye, but sometimes he goes through areas where his calls drop on his
That's
phone,
true.
Okay.
That's
or he
true.
had a call he had to take.
Yeah, because when you don't have two phones,
Oh, yeah.
Hmm.
But you know what? Even though I have two
Uh,
phones, I can count on my hand how many people got both phone numbers. I don't play them games.
I got my tablet and my
If
phone.
you got both of them, you important to me because I don't move like that.
yes, you're important because I only got one. So,
I do
and
not.
I'm
I
hardly ever
know
use that. She be
my
mad.
tablet.
You could tell she get a little she be like, why you didn't just text me? Because I don't know that.
Girl, now one thing with that child, because I have like I know literally how many on here. Hold on.
I don't know that I'm disturbing you. I don't
No,
know
no,
that
no, no.
if I
It's
have
not
the
that you
right.
disturbing me. I
I
have
don't,
hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that really 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, eight different email accounts, you know what I'm saying, running through my phone. So like I'll be trying to
I
I
don't know
be,
that I have the authority to be texting.
so yeah, just
You know, I don't
it's gonna take me longer to get back to you because I got to
I
fumble.
don't be pushing myself on people, you know.
Yeah, but no, I don't. Ain't ringing now.
Um,
Um,
yeah, the mango gonna
wait,
be my thing.
did this clear? Yeah,
Mango is gonna be my dinner.
girl, I might put some mango in that smoothie. Yes, that's been good. Mango and pineapple.
I love me some fresh pineapple. I didn't order one today, but I ordered my little bit of
Trying to hold out for Walmart. Like 3 weeks ago, they was like $1 a piece. I was saying
Oh,
things.
yeah, I love pineapple. I don't know. I don't really have an appetite now.
So then Harris Teeter, their special this week was cherries for $3.99 a pound.
Boy, that now that's were they good cherries because
Girl, yeah, they good.
cherries
I'm eating
don't
those
taste like the old school one.
now. The bag I'm eating now good. I don't know about the other one. I ain't got to it yet. But no, these pretty good.
I guess I'll cook my little shrimp spaghetti and white wine and garlic
Well,
white
that
wine
sounds
sauce
good
tomorrow.
though.
I'll cook it tomorrow. It's too late to be eating heavy like that.
It is pushing 8 o'clock.
I'm gonna eat this mango and I'm gonna be all right.
Mangoes sound good. I always get the
Mhm.
frozen mangoes from Walmart
Hey, let me
and eat
ask y'all
them as a
something real
snack.
quick.
Hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
Um, I saw this yeah, no, I need to say that for the men. I need to say that for the men.
What?
Now I saw this clip from an interview that Shaq did, and I wanted to
Mm-hmm.
discuss, but I need to say that for I'm working on a show about men and they sacrifice. So I might save that clip for that show.
Okay.
But yeah,
How did the show go the other night?
it was good.
I'm gonna probably watch it when I rewatch it, replay when I cook tomorrow. I'm gonna cook in the morning.
Okay, because I'm thinking I might come back on later on. And whatever it is, it ain't gonna be long, but I got a couple clips we could talk about.
You said I what? You
I said
what?
I said I might come back on later on for some non um political content. I got a couple clips we can talk about.
Did you see? It's some stuff I sent you.
I did see some stuff you sent me, but it's something else I saw.
These women going crazy.
Yeah, these bras is out of order. What did I see earlier? You said
What
that sounds
happened?
good. Oh, this one she talking about some she ready to no, I don't want to talk about that one. It is the co-worker. That's what it was. It's one it's a what would you do type of situation. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that later on tonight. Let me find it.
The coworker did something.
Yeah. Yeah. Hold on. It must be my
Was it Switchblade?
nah. It
Switchblade say he had somebody stalk him at his job.
nah, it wasn't
Oh
no.
shoot.
No,
Yeah, no, it
I'm
wasn't
asking. I'm just asking myself who it was,
that.
and I was like,
Is this it?
was looking for a work husband. Switchblade said she didn't even work there. I said, wow.
Say what? Is this? Okay. Hold on. Yeah, let me go ahead and upload this to my which was real quick. While I'm sitting here. Yeah, we can talk about this. Cause yeah, this I don't think everybody gonna have the same stance on this. Let me go.
Sacrifices that man make.
What you say?
I was just thinking about what you said.
Men
You said,
sacrifice a lot for their family. They
So
sacrifice themselves a lot.
I thought I heard a smoke detector too, but it wasn't over here.
no, that's the
Let me see.
dog you hearing in the background.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't got none. I don't
The,
have
sm-
any going off.
But
the
yeah,
smoke detector that beeps is downstairs.
Mhm.
You can literally hear the dog yapping. Why I don't know.
Almanize, you don't have a dog,
nope.
and you stay by yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, dogs can hear everything.
They do.
My dog used to go crazy when people used to walk
Oh,
around the
really?
house.
Shoot.
Let's see, it's
Yeah, because we still
7
need to talk.
dogs here. What is she yapping for?
We still need to talk about Zion and go through this lawsuit.
Hmm?
He's a fool.
We still need to talk about
He's a
Zion and go
fool.
through this lawsuit.
Who's I am?
He's a fool. Basketball
Zion.
player who's being sued for SA.
Mm-hmm.
Saw that. That's a
Goofball.
crocker. I think it's a crocker doodle.
She lying, but he be opening up the door for that because he a goofball.
Yes, he is.
Hold up, y'all.
I
Did
will
y'all see
agree
these
with that.
sweat?
No, baby, why? This cheese is underneath the microwave.
I can't get in.
You just spent 3 hours in your room. You gonna ask me
No,
about
screen
Jesus?
record it and then upload it. Okay, I can do that. He said he a
Anybody want an almost grown daughter?
never liked
Mm-mm.
him.
Anybody want?
And this the crazy part. So the chick that's suing him, she said that he started abusing her while they was going to do, or while he was going to do.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
she was scared of him.
Do y'all believe it?
No,
I think this
No,
is a
that's what I'm saying.
trend.
Like I read the complaint, child, and it's a bunch of nonsense.
I really think it's a trend. I think
It is.
I
It
think they're
is. And
starting
then
a trend.
the other chick, Mariah,
I bet you she settled.
she tried to
I
get in
bet you
on
she
it.
settled.
Yeah, be doing too much. But again, sorry, he wasn't out here moving real reckless. And then the baby mama, she was a stripper. Then what was it? The other chick that got caught, they caught her outside his property,
Oh, they got
vandalizing.
into a fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know her. I think don't he have a baby by her too?
Is that the baby mama?
I don't know.
Who I
Ain't he the
think-
same guy that said he would rather pay all the child support up front because he didn't want to
No,
have
that's
anything to do
different.
with the
That's a different
baby?
guy.
Okay.
I don't understand why these little boys go for the type that they go, but it's not for me to understand.
Right. They all go for the same type of chick and end up in the same predicament. And then, hey, say like you was never here. Okay, we got it.
Yes,
Yeah, they
Megan.
end up in the same predicament, and then they, be coming over here wanting
Why?
sympathy. I don't have any for you.
Hey, get that lid for me. Lift
They
that
could
right
pick
there.
better. I'm not
They
saying they're
don't
gonna
want.
pick
They
it.
don't want to pick better.
First
They
girl.
want what they want. My thing is, go ahead
Okay.
and pay the
That
price.
orange
And
lid,
the price is
and there's
usually
a
the rest of
there's
your
a
life.
blood pressure cup in there.
Say
See
it
that
again.
orange lid right
Wait
there?
till he finish. Wait till Derek finish. His daughter.
They just be stupid.
And the blood pressure cup. I need to start tracking my blood pressure. No, it's in the
I'm
white
good.
box
Y'all got
towards the
something else
black.
we got to talk about, but like I might have to save it for the weekend because it's gonna take a minute.
Pull all that stuff out of
Y'all,
there.
but Derek know because he was over there. Y'all was on this panel Sunday.
I'm listening.
There's no. Where's my blood pressure cup?
Y'all,
No,
we started out
wait
talking about cooking with Kaya,
Oh
but
my goodness, I gotta
the
buy another one.
conversation took such a turn. 18. We just ain't even
Let
gonna
put that
leave.
stuff back there neatly.
if they took a turn,
Neatly. Don't
what?
just.
Hold on. Wait till Derek. Derek, mute your mic for a minute.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna mute it.
Girl,
What did you say?
I said it took such a turn because of this chick. Bless you. We started out in the chat. So you know what I'm saying, after about an hour and a half, you know what I'm saying, of you know what I'm saying, poking and prodding, we finally got her to come up, you know what I'm saying, on the panel. 18. This chick was like, I decided I ain't having sex with my husband no more. It's already been what? It's already been a year. It's probably gonna be another year. Girl, she was talking crazy as hell.
Was she telling the truth or was she lying?
She was telling the truth. Girl, when I say she didn't have no respect for that man, we was trying to get her together. That's why I say that's gonna be a long stream right there. So I might have to say that for the weekend. There might have to be FNF Friday. Yeah, y'all might have to get
Why
your
she not
blankets.
having sex with her husband?
Yo, when I see she didn't have, so we was like, so how you know that man they cheating on you? She was like, don't nobody want him.
Are you serious?
I know she said that I know she said it at least 10 times. Derek was there when he come off mute. Ask him. I'm telling you, like, yeah. When I say y'all gonna have to get your blanket and your cocoa or your cognac for this one.
Why she
I'm
married?
back. Sorry about
She
that.
married old boy.
Tell 18 about that stream I was on Sunday.
All about the woman who haven't had sex with her husband in 2 years.
Yeah, she was like,
And
it's
all
probably gonna
she
be
do
another
is give
year.
him
I
BJs.
decided I don't want to have sex no more. I need to give my body a rest. Girl.
Allegedly, she's been with the same guy since 12 years old. She kept saying she was having sex with him since 12. Where were her parents? I don't know. But she didn't have gave this dude 6 kids.
But we're gonna get into that because that whole relationship, the foundation of that relationship was straight
And
up.
how old was he? How old was
They
he?
the same. He's 6 months
They was
younger.
around,
They're the same age.
yeah, they're the same age.
So
So
I'm gonna
in
tell
their
you this.
30s.
She said
Can I
she
say this?
at 12. She didn't
She
say
must
she
have been
started having sex
violated.
with him at 12 because they didn't have the first kid until they was 15.
She must have been violated.
Child, I don't know what the hell was going on.
I don't know.
When
I
you
don't know.
tell,
We
you
have
be
to go
scared.
in deep. We're gonna have to go in. Like, yeah, y'all gonna have to be ready, honey, because she was doing a
All
lot.
I know is she gave this dude 6 kids, and she was like, "That's it." I mean, she was adamant about it. She was not having sex with him. That's your husband, and
And
you
you have
know
no
they were
conversation with him about that or nothing. What's going on, Melinda? How you doing?
no.
Welcome back. Like when I say no
She
conversation,
was.
okay, yo, Chelsea. When I tell you that was almost an 8-hour stream, but it did the whole
Yeah,
thing was
I had to go because
right. This is
she
what I'm
wore
saying.
me
Yeah,
out. I had to go.
I can't do it tonight. We're gonna have to say that I'm thinking Friday and take it on into Saturday because it's the weekend. But baby girl, when I tell you it's a lot we got to get into because it was so much that I didn't get to say that I wanted to say.
She must have been
She was.
violated. Because I'm gonna tell you, we was scared. We was scared.
She never mentioned any of that. And then she was
She's
talking
not.
Yeah, she never mentioned
Some
that.
people are not going to. But we
and then
was
she
scared of
said that,
penis. Somebody showed us a penis when we was 12. We would have ran. I don't know about you, but I know me. Like
Well, this girl, yeah, this is a different time. These kids seem to
okay,
grow
this
up.
was the thing though. This was the
Yeah,
thing though. So I don't even think you was on by at this point, Derek. Like when what set the whole thing off was her talking about we was talking about, you know what I'm saying, leadership and protection, and she was like, he
right.
can't lead me nowhere.
she said, what?
He can't lead her nowhere.
Oh damn.
Yeah,
This was y'all when I
he
tell
was
you, when I
doing
tell you,
everything a husband should do,
it was more
according to her.
twists and turns, and yo, it was like being on a roller coaster. It was yo, Chelsea Lynn, I'm telling you, like I can't. If I got into it tonight, we would not be able to go to work tomorrow. Like it for real, because that was on Sunday, so I had a little bit of time to put it together. Like it, yeah. So now we're gonna do Friday. So y'all make sure your Friday night is clear because we going in. Like order your Chinese
She
food from the
said he
like it's gonna be
does
one of them.
I'll be there for that.
everything that a husband.
When I tell you,
She
like
said he
real,
does
like
everything that a husband should do. He was a provider, everything.
yeah, he was doing
He was a
everything.
leader in the community and everything.
That
Right.
sounds like an ungrateful chick right there.
Yo, I'm telling, but yo,
And
Derek, when
she
you when you hear her, because again, I can let it play because I was on the stream, so we gonna have no problems. But yeah, I'm gonna get with
Send
Sarah
it to.
and Robbie and see if they free. Like when I said I need everybody up in this piece. Like I need RBN.
She was.
Somebody go find Death Note. Like when I tell you we going in, cause we got to get the message. We got to get the message out for people like her. We can't. It's too many of them out here. It's too many of them because she came up on that
She
panel.
just said,
Freely.
"I'm giving my body a rest. I
Oh yeah,
done
she was
gave
like,
him 6 kids."
She must be.
but no,
She
she
must
was
be
like, you know what I'm
screwing.
saying? Basically, I deal with him for the money.
She must be screwing other people.
We gonna leave that
If
alone.
you
That
if
comes
you
in.
got
He
a
gave a
rest,
Pookie 6
if you got a
kids.
rest from one man,
Well,
okay.
She gave her husband 6 kids. They've been together. Well, she said they've been having sex since 12. She
Well,
had her first kid at 15.
I mean, I think he need to go get all those the kids DNA tests.
I think I know what you're talking about. Basically, she wants to
And
go
then,
do a whole phase now.
here's the thing. Here's the thing,
No,
Eric.
she
She
didn't. No.
said she give him back rubs and she do his hair, but on the same breath, she said she doesn't like his dreads, but she does his hair.
Yeah,
She
she
does
tightened him
his
up, but she don't
feet.
like him. And then she said he got a dread.
Right, right. Does everything a wife should do except having sex.
She
But you
don't
know
like
what?
the
That
man
sounds
period.
unrealistic as hell.
I don't think
It
she
is
likes
because
the
she
man
ain't doing
period.
all she say she doing. She
That
Eric
ain't.
sounds like
Jordan.
cap.
Eric Jordan. I don't think she likes the man period. She like what he
She
could do
don't.
for her,
The
but
way
she don't
she
like the man period.
That's what it
talk,
sounds like. But
and
she
she don't
said
like that
she.
man. She don't have no respect for that man, no
Oh,
nothing.
what did she say? She said if he leaves, I just go stay with my oldest kids.
No, no. She said no. She said
She
she wasn't.
already had an exit plan.
Wait a minute, who echoing?
Who?
I don't know.
No, she didn't. She didn't say she was. She said she wasn't gonna leave her house. She was gonna make her 3 oldest kids pay the bills.
Oh hell no!
I ain't telling y'all no more because, like I said, we going in Friday.
Where was she from? She was from the country, huh? She was
Not
from the
in no
deep
country.
south.
She wasn't in no country.
Say that again, Almanac.
She ain't in. She not in the country.
She's not in the deep country.
No,
Where was she from?
I want to say they live in Vegas. Vegas. Some said they want to move. So if Vegas
I
was in
think
there,
it was
she's
Vegas.
not in the country nowhere. She in the straight up city.
I
Talking
think
crazy.
it was Vegas.
But I know that wouldn't be the country for sure.
Child, she was baby, but no, she don't have no respect for that man.
What made her act like she's so entitled?
Child, if I knew that, but my thing is, he sounds stupid if you ask me. But this is
Unless that dude stroking the other chick.
The relationship was built on trauma on both sides. Because she was telling us, you know what I'm saying, about stuff, you know what I'm saying, he had going on. Like the whole relationship was built off of trauma.
Damn.
Yeah, so yeah, Friday we going in. We going in. You know, as a matter of fact, while I'm sitting here, let me get the thumbnail together. Cause child, I was like, baby,
That dude named Dave.
some counsel. I'm like, this will never work. Not for the long term. But she said she's gonna get them kids to pay her bills. I said, this is
Well, she needs some counseling.
She saying nothing wrong with her because we said we asked her, you know what I'm saying, if that was something she would consider. She said well, nothing wrong with her.
Something wrong with her for real. But I mean, the main thing is, it just sounds unrealistic that she states that she don't do nothing for her husband, even though she got 6 kids with him. Basically, the husband doing everything, but the only thing he don't get is sex. Something sound off on that. I think the main thing she need is she need therapy.
She do, but because she grew up with women like that don't like their husband. She honestly, she don't care because that's just a way of life for her. That's how she sees it.
Yeah.
Child, she was like,
It's sad that some women think that their husband is their enemy and their husband is not their enemy.
oh, yeah, what was the other thing she said? Because the question on the table was, and then I'm gonna leave it alone. I ain't gonna take out no more. If you were hanging off the side of a cliff and you had your husband on one arm and your kids on the other, who would you save?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
What y'all think she
Oh,
said?
her kids.
Yeah, and we like what? So this was the cold-blooded part right here. This is when I had to get up and like literally I had to get up and walk away from the computer. So the host of the show was like, if my wife in that situation, I'm not even gonna make her choose, I'm gonna let go. When I tell you she didn't catch that, she didn't catch none of that.
Hey, Cellulite,
She
how are
gonna let
you?
all. So she gonna let the husband and the kids go. Well,
No,
that read.
no, the host of the show was saying that if his wife was in that position, he wouldn't put her in a position to have to choose who to save. He gonna let go.
Mhm.
As a man, if my job is to protect and provide, and my wife hanging off the edge of the cliff, and one arm can save me and the other arm can save the kids, he said, I'm going to let go. She didn't catch that.
Damn.
Cause
She
she was
didn't catch
young
none
and
of that. She
dumb.
said, I'm gonna say the kids, and we was like, why?
'Cause she was young and dumb. It, whatever time it was, or where she was at, it was midday, mid afternoon. Remember, they asked her to pop up on camera. She was like, "I got to get clothes on," but
Yeah,
you got
right. So
kids
you
running
sitting
around your house and you
you ain't
butt
having no
naked.
type of sexual relations with your husband, but you walking around with no clothes on. I ain't met a
Y'all,
man yet. That's
y'all
gonna
can
fly.
say what y'all want. She fucking somebody.
Yo, we
She
gonna get
She
it. We
claimed
gonna
she
she
get into
wasn't.
is
it on
screwing
Friday.
somebody. She lying. They all be screwing people, other people besides their husband.
Uh,
Ain't
my
nobody
body
paying down
tired.
to that fact.
That's what she said. My body tired. But let me go. I'm gonna go get me something to eat. Maybe I'll go make me a potato or something.
Okay, Eric.
The potato what though?
Child,
Just
she was
I usually just
yeah, she
eat a
was like,
plain
she said,
potato with
because she
some
said,
butter.
what she say? Like she was like, as a mother, that's my job is to take care of my kids, but three of us like grown adults, like grown.
Wow.
So
Oh,
she
so
said
she
she was
control.
more valuable than the
So
husband.
I bet you she controlling the kids too.
More than likely.
Well, the way she talked about her husband, he was a leader in the house and in the community.
But
He was just getting
remember what
no
she said there?
box.
She was like, she said, she said they both leave. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
Both cannot lead. It's either the husband or the wife.
Oh,
More than likely, it's the husband.
here's the kicker, Eric. Here's the kicker.
Go
You
ahead.
ready for the kicker?
Hmm.
She didn't work in 10 years. That's what she said. She hasn't had a job in 10 years.
But she
So
took
the husband is actually the one that takes the lead and everything else,
Yes.
not her.
And he can't. And he got to burn. He got to burn. That's crazy.
That's what
She
she
out
said.
there. She got
I haven't
somebody else.
worked in 10
And
years.
why are you naked in front of your kids? You don't have clothes on.
yo, never mind. I'm gonna shut all the way
That's
up.
a hot ass mess for real.
Listen, because when I fire this video and she show up on the screen, listen, Sel, you gonna be free? Because yeah, we got to get into this. This gonna take a while. We got to get into this. You gonna be free? Let me know when you get over there. Thank you.
Women are sinister.
Child, this is what I'm saying. I'm like, y'all make it hard. Like I'm saying, females with good feet, such as myself. I'm on his. Yeah, you was trying to talk to her. We
I
tried.
don't
We
be
went
messing with I don't be messing with females too much. Most of my friends are male. I tread lightly with females because they
That's what
crazy.
Missy said. That's what Missy said.
Missy who?
Messi
Yeah,
Missy
Machine.
Mahone.
I don't have a whole bunch
Yeah.
of
Hassan.
When I was in high school, I was the only girl who sat at the table. I sat in the middle of the table with all boys. No other females came over. If another female tried to sit at our table, they would tell them they got to go.
child. What you
Man,
say?
that's a message.
I know he ain't cheating because don't nobody want him. Ain't that what she saying?
That's what she said. That's what she said.
Okay.
That's what she
Girl,
said. Don't
that
nobody want
lady
him.
crazy. Somebody got, I promise you, somebody making him feel good.
We
I
was trying to
promise
tell
you.
her.
That's
She
what they
didn't
were
want to hear
trying to
it.
tell her.
That's why he not bothering her. They just married. They just fronting.
Roommates. That's
Honey,
what
That's
they
it.
listen.
call
They just
them.
roommates. I
She
know
give them
plenty of people
BJ's
like
and
that, but I
that's
don't
it.
understand. I don't understand. I'm not saying, how can I say this? How could you not enjoy your husband?
This is what I'm saying. Ain't that what you get married
Like,
for? Am
I
I crazy?
can't, I'm at a place in my life and I've been there since I
I
was
told
like
y'all what my
35.
stance is.
Since I was
I
like
told you.
35, I was at a place in my life where if I can't enjoy you or feel comfortable around you, then I don't need to have you around, me, a woman or child. But how could you not enjoy your husband? How could you not enjoy your mate? Do
Girl,
you like? I don't understand it. And then you be finding out a lot of these women be scissoring and licking each other. They think people
girl.
be thinking that Jody is a man. Jody. A lot of times Jody be a woman. They best friend. I just figured that one lady, she was a
Uh,
preacher and everything. Um, the guy was my husband's friend, so he would call and check on me from time to time. And he was telling me how his wife had a best friend, and they would go on trips with the wife. Husband would go to the wife was trying to pursue him, but then check this out. Now the best friend left her husband, and she gay. So I'm saying in my head, like,
Just
okay,
Google and Mowgli.
was the wife messing around with your husband? Was the wife messing
with
around
the
with your
friend.
wife? Was your
Yep.
wife and the
Probably.
girl messing around together? Let me rephrase that. Was your wife and her best friend messing around together? Because you know that's the new term for best friend. When the dude be like street dudes or whatever, street female. Oh, that's my best friend. Jody is a lot of times Jody is a woman now. And when you think Alma eyes, you think that women be mad because, and I figured this out. I used to be like, well, damn, what I do to her? It's because they detect that you straight. You ain't
You
leaning
ain't up
to
for
the
the
left.
foolishness.
No, I ain't. No girls trips. No, I'm not going. I'm not going. I have family members ask me to go on girls trips. I'm not going on no day. If I want to lay up on a beach somewhere, I want to lay up with a man.
Girl, one more time for the people at the back. So until he decide he want to act right, I'm gonna have to take this solo turnaround trip on Juneteenth. But I got to be about some sand. So child, till he get his life together. That's what it's gonna be. But yeah, I ain't no, we ain't doing
Yeah, who going to lay up?
Is
Who
it
who
kind of
going to a
crazy?
cabin
Now I'm not gonna
with a
say that
bunch
I
of
haven't, you know what
women?
I'm saying? I'm not gonna say that I haven't been on, you know what I'm saying, trips with other females, but it wasn't yeah, we wasn't all up on top of each other. Like you got your room, I got my room, old girl room down the hall. We gonna meet up and go eat, and you know what I'm saying. We rented a cabana. You know what I'm saying. That we doing that type of time. But yeah, like all of that.
Nah, it's too. I'm not, cause I'm not getting caught up in nothing. I done heard too much stuff and seen
But
too
yeah,
much
that's what I'm
stuff.
saying. Well, like
I ain't gonna do
none
it.
of us was moving like that because everybody was in a relationship. So yeah, we were moving like that.
Girl, they
But
be
I
in
mean,
relationships. They be in marriages.
no, but I'm saying, but that's still
No, I'm
comparison.
not
That
talking
doesn't
about
mean because
you.
you go
I'm not
somewhere
talking
with a
about
group of
you.
chicks,
I'm just
that's
talking
what's
about like
happening.
some of them. Girl, yeah, I'll be like, mm-mm.
Yeah, no,
So
it's about who you rolling with. So yeah, when I you know what I'm saying, when I was going, we didn't have none of them problems. None.
none. I don't know what it's like now because I, with my friends from Connecticut, when I was like in my early 20s, we used to roll out and go a lot of places.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like now it's a whole different type of vibe now.
Yeah, because like most of the places, you know what I'm saying, I would go, I would already know people there. So you know what I'm saying, I would have folks to hang with. So yeah, it wasn't none of all that. You know what I'm saying? I got all this time to be out in the street acting like I ain't got no sense. Yeah, I was there for a purpose. I'm going here, 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 and there, and we gonna keep it moving. But yeah,
Exactly.
I don't trip with people who, you know what I'm saying, on that type of time because I already know. But the thing is, they start doing that before you even leave, so you can't say you didn't know.
You already know.
They be
Because
moving way before
they'll
you
be
get ready
telling
to
you
go.
they'll be telling you you look nice and you be like, yeah. And then they'll keep saying some other stuff and then you be like, nah, this some fucking cold word because they just saying it too damn much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't. Mm-mm.
And then I remember
Well,
my
ladies, my good friend Eric Jordan, I'm signing off. Oh boy, you gonna have to get him some meat. It's getting late. It is late. It's
He got to get
eight.
what?
something to eat.
Gotta get something to eat.
Yeah, well,
Go
work
get
that
yourself
out.
some Bojangles, bro.
Man, closest Bojangles is in Columbus, man.
Child, get you some. Y'all got churches? Get you some churches.
Yeah, get some churches, bro.
Closest churches is in Dayton.
Okay, sir, you in a
I
bad
gotta
spot.
leave.
You need to move. You need to move, child. You ain't got no decent chicken. You got to move. That is foolish.
There's Popeyes. That's the closest thing to churches.
Nah, bro. Bye-bye.
Child, you got to move.
I like to cook. I look to like to cook early and get it over with. Let me get up 5, 6 o'clock unless it's like Sunday evening. And I'm cooking for Saturday evening. I'm cooking for Sunday.
Oh,
That's
okay.
my grandmother. My grandmother about 12 o'clock will have dinner done.
Yep. That's how my grandmother was too.
She
They got up early. They cooked. She would cook
got
dinner.
up
I mean,
early.
cook lunch, cook breakfast. As soon as she finished cooking breakfast, she would cook dinner. And then by the
She would.
time 12 o'clock come, we had
Miss my
dinner.
grandmother.
Mm-hmm. It
She
made
would get
sense
up
to me.
early, get her a bowl, banana, get her skim milk,
And cook your
sit at the
grandpa
table and
breakfast.
eat. I don't know. I didn't know my grandfather.
Oh, okay.
What this guy want calling me, man? Don't be calling me.
Child, calm
Y'all
down.
don't have no little mom and pop's place around here that you could eat at?
Mom and pop eateries, yeah, yeah.
I think they probably better than
There's
churches or
several of them.
something. Oh, okay.
There's several of them. My cousin
No.
owned one. I should go. I should go to her store one day. Be like, yo, cuz,
What does she cook? What type of food is it?
soul food.
Um,
Oh, okay.
It's
it's,
down. I'm saying it's downtown, like but it's downtown. I think it's close to the soccer stadium here. That's why I'm gonna keep trying to tell y'all. Y'all need to move to Cincinnati. We got football, baseball, soccer, uh, great college teams. The Bearcats,
No,
not
this
too
what we
far
gonna
away
do.
from
This
Louisville and Kentucky. And we got Ohio State Buckeyes. You can go to Indiana and watch the Pacers play. We right there.
You talking about being in
I
Cincinnati?
guess
But the
you
problem you got,
You
though,
mean
bro, you don't got no churches or no damn Bojangles, bro.
yeah,
What the
I ain't got no time for that, sir. I ain't got no
you
time for that.
you used to have to go up to
You doing both of them.
you used to have to well it used to be churches all over Cincinnati, just like it used to be Hardee's. And then one day they just closed up shop and you have to go to Dayton to get to get something from Hardee's from either Love's or Pilot, the truck stop, or you have to go up to Dayton to get Church's chicken. And now, if you want Bojangles, you got to go all the way up to Columbus,
Mm. Child,
which is like an hour and a half, almost 2 hour drive, depending on the traffic.
child, that is oof.
Let me call this guy back. I don't know what he want. Why is he calling me? I don't have anything to say to him. I asked him. I said, why you always calling me? My name ain't on the lease. Stop calling me.
Child, I gotta deal
But
with
let
this.
me see what he want. And
Yeah.
ladies, I'll talk to you later. 18 is always good to hear your voice. I'm gonna let me get my deep voice. I'm gonna I'll be in your DMs later.
Well,
Oh, that
you
didn't
doing
sound
it? Well,
right.
That even sound right, did it?
No, it didn't even sound smooth, bro. This way, bro, you
I,
talking how you
man,
talking now, bro.
this say I'm gonna I'll be in your DMs later. How that sound?
Better?
I don't even gotta go in there DMs. I can just text her.
yeah.
You got
Lord
you
have
got both
mercy.
numbers,
No,
not
you
just
don't.
one number. You got both numbers.
No, he only got one
No,
number.
I only have
Oh,
one. I only have one. I only have one. I don't have the other number. That's okay. I don't need the other number.
You what?
I don't need the other number. I know that when I call, you'll answer
Yeah.
sometimes.
So is that as a man, is that important? Like if you call a woman, her answering the phone is important, right? That
Yes.
her answering the phone proves she care,
Depends.
right?
Huh?
I said her answering the phone proves that she cares about you, right?
Her
I'll say
answering the
depends.
phone. Yeah. Well, her answering the phone proves that you have access to this woman.
Don't that mean she want to talk to you?
Yeah, that does.
Okay.
Sometimes.
Sometimes
Yeah. And then I call Eric. Man, I called Almanaz all week. She didn't answer the phone.
that's what we doing.
I think he lying on the eyes.
Bro, it's gotta be
I
wrong.
know you answer the phone for him. He lying.
I be doing too much.
Huh?
Almanaz, you answer the phone for him. He telling a story. He's fudging.
I'm most of the time I do. Like if I
Most of
don't
the
want to
time
talk
she
to
answers
you,
the phone.
you're going to know not to call me. Like if I give you my phone number, that means I don't have no problem talking to you.
Yeah.
I give you both my
Most of the
phone
time
numbers.
she answers the phone. It be sometimes where I sense something is wrong and I text her and I ask her, yo, you all right? And she'll hit me back, something about her dad or granddad. I'm not gonna put it out there like that, but that's my friend. And I care about her. That's my buddy. Anyway, let me call this person back and see why they called me. I don't know why they called me. I don't got nothing to say to her. My name ain't on the lease. Stop
This
calling me
is not good,
about
sir.
problems on your property. Huh?
I have that same problem right now. Everybody and their mama called me at once.
Right. Right. I can't do nothing about it. Stop calling me. Only thing I can do is relay a message. I can't do no more than what you can do. If she doesn't answer the phone when you call, that's I can't make her answer her phone. Man, leave a message. I asked him that. I said, how come you always calling me? What if I don't answer the
You're
phone
easier to
when
get
you
in
call?
contact with, bro. That's what the problem is. You're easier to get in contact with the other person.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to be that much easier too much longer because ain't nothing I can't make her do something she don't want to do. If she don't want to answer the phone, listen, my name ain't on the list. If she don't want to answer the phone, I can't make her. Damn, that's a whole nother story,
That's why he's contacting you, bro.
bruh. He calling me like like he a woman. If I can't get her, I'm gonna call him. Like, dude, stop.
You might,
That's
you might
weird.
have to do some repairs or something, bro. Or basically,
Call
your rent's
the
due.
person. Call the person on the lease. Don't call me. I don't got nothing
Well,
to
he
do
knows
with it.
that you live there, bro. That's what it is. He knows that you live there.
Call the What is that?
He said life with a crackhead wife. Life with a crackhead wife. Lord. Okay. I was a crackhead wife. And he's
How?
still married?
Say what?
What?
I'm gonna have to look at this later. I ain't mean to cut you off. Yeah.
Oh, 18 is reading something. All right, y'all. Let me
I
let
put it
me
back
get
in.
up out of
Why?
here. I love y'all.
Love you
I
more.
love all y'all.
Bye, bro.
Oh, all right, y'all.
All
Peace.
right. See you later.
He said she was a
Bro.
crackhead wife.
Child, who out here on the
Crackhead,
crackhead
why?
tip?
Mm-hmm.
Crackhead, why?
Somebody just strolled through on my other phone and said one lady on here said her father was a weed head, an alcoholic, and a secret cokehead, and he tried to take her out. She said she left him alone 7 years ago.
And she's dealing with them again, pretty much.
She said she never looked back. She just kept going. She said God snatched me out of a death trap.
I see.
If people don't have to be a crackhead to stress other people out.
I agree.
Mm. But I'm gonna look at this when I get off when I finish streaming with y'all. This is something else. And he kept you. He stayed married. That man must love you.
Yeah. You know, most men stay in the marriage more than women. So, oh, he's
Cellulite
willing
said
to
he wanna be
change.
on the road for 13 hours.
Yeah.
Cellulite, are you
You
still
gonna
there?
make this right?
Cool.
I love
Cellulite. Eric Jordan, how long do you work? You work over the
I'm
road?
on, yeah, I'm on the road.
What you gonna
Oh, okay. So you go home every 6 weeks?
But yeah, I know you work 6 to 8 weeks at a time. I'm trying to knock out this truck though, so I'll be done with it in next year in September. So ain't too much long.
You're trying to what?
Because I'm basically working on paying off my trucks pretty much. So I got all the way till next September in
Okay.
2026 to be finally paid off.
Okay. But you got children?
I do. I got one.
Okay. You don't have a wife.
One dog. We just got divorced.
Well, you could drive like that, I guess.
I'm pretty used to it. That's one thing I can honestly say I'm used to it. This
I
time in
bet
the
you,
world.
That she regretting divorce.
Yep.
Too late.
Like there was a few times I was trying to make it back home, but unfortunately my truck broke down. So like instead of me going back home off the back, I went back to work. So I pay pay the rent and everything else, all the other bills.
Mm-hmm.
I swear, literally every time I was trying to go back home, my truck would break down for like at least 2-3 weeks at a time. I was so
Now
damn
we're trying
mad.
to tell you something.
Yeah, well, I ended up finding out that she was cheating on me with another nigga. So, I wasn't looking for it. That's the funniest thing about it. I wasn't looking for it at all.
But you
And
don't
that's
have
why
to look. When you marry to somebody, you don't have to look. It comes
You shouldn't have
to
to.
you. It comes to you. That you gotta know this stuff gonna be off.
well, I know certain things was off. She basically announced that she don't feel like I'm her husband. I'm like, what the hell? Where's this coming from?
The dude giving her attention.
I don't even understand it. That's the thing. I'm like, I was paying all the bills. I'm like, how you gonna come to be off like when it's like rent time, right? And I'm about to pay the rent. And when she said that, I'm like, the hell? This don't make no sense. So I gave her a chance to basically, redeem herself. She knuckled down. I'm like, after that, I felt so disrespected. I'm like, fuck this. I ain't paying no damn. I ain't paying it no more. I just call on the one you serve.
Damn, why we doing this?
What you say?
And
What you say,
like,
Harmonize?
I said, why she doing all of this? That's too much.
Yo, I bet where the other dude at? Where old
and
boy
that
at now? Where's old boy
and
now?
that's still with her, but it's funny. It's sad because I'm like, man, I devoted, man, my time almost 9 years. I was basically there for 9 years, 7.5 years married. But I mean, the thing was, at least I tried every arsenal because even when I found out she cheated on me, I just thought we could reconcile with marriage counseling, but she didn't want the marriage to work. So I ended up wasting about a good like $1,500 on therapy for the marriage counseling thing. And I'm like, damn, I asked her if she really wanted, to do the marriage counseling, to reconcile. But first she said, yeah, and after when it was in it, I'm like, okay. First she wanted to be separation. I'm like, I'm not doing that. Because I already knew that shit's already a pickup. So I was willing to try nearly any and everything except separation. And there, like, she was showing more and more that she didn't want to put in no work for the marriage or compromise on anything. So, end up getting the divorce. And I'm kind of grateful those times that my truck did break down. Helped me be a lot more patient and just have understanding, like, okay, in the long run, you want to be with me or not be with me, I'm totally fine. But I need an answer. And her answer was always, I don't know.
Yeah. So her and old boy still together.
I know for so far.
Wow, usually they don't stay.
Well, it's still fresh. It ain't been long enough.
Oh, you said it ain't been long enough, Harmonize?
It's been about 6 months so far, but
yeah, it's
Oh, yeah.
it's about to start cracking.
It's still fresh. It's only 6 months.
Yeah. But it didn't hurt me though. So like I'm glad at least I got my closure, got my answer. But I got to the point like, okay, it's like 4 months in therapy, right? For the marriage counseling. I had to basically get off of them like, look, want the marriage to work, cool. Don't want the marriage to work, fine. But I need your answer in a week. Because I'm like, I'm not about to waste no more time with all this couples therapy if you're not willing to put in the work. She didn't do the homework or anything that the therapist was giving us. And I basically did all of them except for 2. And he was like 14 assignments. I did 12 of them. So I was willing to make the changes. She didn't even try. So yeah, I wasted a lot of money on that shit. That's the only thing.
So women out here ruining men.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. And
Absolutely.
I mean, she was a single mom, so I had a stepson. But I mean, I treated him like my own because, you know, I've been, you know, raising him ever since he was just an infant. So the only person I really feel bad for is the child. That's it. Everybody else, nope.
She doing what make her happy, so.
Child, it's just amazing what people, you know what I'm saying, what make people happy and how far they'll go for it.
It's crazy how women are out here ruining men and they're blaming men for everything. Like, that's crazy, dude. You had a hard-working husband and you didn't have nothing to worry about. I bet you working now and paying half of the rent.
Mm-hmm. Well, all
Yeah, when I got myself in a little bit of trouble, because there'll be sometimes I might pay the rent late. But the thing is, it's getting paid, and all the other bills too might be a little late, whatever. I still paid it. So I wasn't getting no help. I wasn't ever getting any help from my own spouse at all. So, you know, all the bills and everything else was always on me. So I was able to manage it at least, but she wanted me to be home more. I'm like, I can't if you're not working and you're not willing to help.
Couldn't she jump in the truck with you?
Nope. Like literally everything she kept on doing is just basically got to go right back to college again. Go back to school for the most dumbest, useless degrees that don't make no sense. And she's not even using degrees that she already has, not even applying herself to any of them. I'm like, wow. I know I got 2 useless degrees, but I realized, man, they were hella. Yeah, I wish I chose better. That's my thing. I wish I chose better when I got my degrees in, but it is what it is. But when my daughter was born, that's what made me change up. Like, because I really didn't have that many options on employment. So I looked up what was like the easiest thing that ain't gonna take too much time to get. Primarily transportation, and I just got myself in that. And I started with driving buses, even though buses, man, people, man, stress me the fuck out. So
you
I
was
got to the
driving
point
city
that,
buses?
yep, city buses.
Oh yeah, I heard. And what city you live? What state were you in?
California.
Yeah, I heard it would drive a city bus it's just a whole lot.
Yeah. And a lot of times when I was doing, like, if I had incidents and all that, I'd be so dang tired sometimes. I would literally forget what happened that day. Or somebody asked me like the next day, like, what on a particular incident happened on the bus. To me, it's nothing. Like, it's really not nothing to write about or make a report on to cover your own ass. I just know you let it go. And literally, I swear, like the worst people to be on the bus was old white ladies. But that's how I got fired. I kept on getting constantly complaints from one particular old white lady. And she always would complain that the bus was too cold. I thought it was funny because I'm like, damn, I got the heater on and it's the wintertime. And for some reason, my bus was just, the heater wasn't working like it's supposed to. And literally, I got complained about that for like 2 months. The same damn complaint. So that's how I got fired. I'm like, man, I got the heater on. And there was other people on the bus, right? But saying that the bus was hot. It was toasty. I'm like, man, it was just that particular old lady, for real. And about allegedly the bus was too cold. I'm like, damn, this ain't gonna work as well as it's supposed to, but it is what it is. And I eventually, got in the truck and I fell in love with it pretty much. I kind of low key wish I never went to school for it because for the degrees I got, because they were just truly worthless. The time I basically graduated is still when Obama was in office, and it was just a little beginning of the recession, and I couldn't get no damn job nowhere with my degrees I had. So,
Did you meet her in school? Did you meet your wife in college?
No.
Hmm.
I met her after when I got in my first truck accident and I almost lost my life, to be honest.
Okay.
So from 26, 27, that's when I met her.
Okay.
And now, now I'm 36. A little before I was 36, pretty much around.
I'm gonna ask you something personal. When you
Go ahead.
was you like crushed when you found out she was cheating? Or was you like, because you had an idea, you was able to handle it?
This is the funniest thing. I didn't have no damn clue, being honest. It was just one day that when we had the argument or whatever, and I called her like 2 days afterwards, still to pay the rent, whatever, because I felt, felt bad. But at the same time, like, I didn't want to be disrespected that way because I never acknowledged my spouse at all, saying that you're not my wife. I'm basically doing everything I can think of to just make sure the bills is paid and the business I'm doing, the trucking business I'm doing, is straight. So I tried everything in my power to keep it manageable, but I'm only one person, so every time if my truck is broke down, I ain't making no damn money. If I ain't moving, I ain't making shit. So she tried to act like I was always content. I'm a narcissist. I couldn't even figure out how the hell I was a narcissist. I just thought it was hilarious. I'm like, I'm trying everything in my power, but it just got to the point, like, I guess those times my truck broke down, it just had me more bellow. So I couldn't even get mad. But how I found out she was cheating on me, the dude was actually driving the car I buy from my spouse. It took me 9 months to pay it off. And I just wanted her, I didn't want to deal with the car, no. But I saw him in the car with my stepson. So I'm like, who is this thing? So I asked her at first, I'm like, are you dating this person? Whatever. And she tried to say, no, I'm not, da, 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 da. I'm like, okay. I was just giving her word, right?
Did you say that you had him in the car with your stepson and your stepson knew that you were his stepdad?
Well, so my stepson still didn't know I was, he didn't call me stepdad. He called me his dad pretty much because I've been knowing him since he's like 1 month old. So he really didn't know. But the main thing with that was, like, when I discovered that, pretty much he just drove right in front of me. I saw the car, I'm like, I didn't see her in it. So I'm like, who the hell is this nigga? I wasn't looking for none of this. That's how funny it is. I wasn't looking for any of it. And I asked her, I took her by her word. Then,
what was her excuse for him driving your car?
She tried to say that I was one of her brother's friends, right? And I'm like, okay, I've given her the benefit of the doubt. I thought I was one of her brothers. No, ended up finding out after the fact that I basically went that day just to grab my stuff from my apartment. Because she literally tossed all my shit, like, scattered it every fucking where. So some of it was in the house, some was like 3 trash cans away. And I'm like, man, I really had to grab all the shit that I could grab and just put it in my truck. I'm like, man, it was so damn annoying just doing all that shit. But it got to the point that she mixed a lot of her shit and my stepson's shit in my stuff. So I asked her if she wanted her stuff back, right? And the day I went back to my apartment, right? And this was when I was paying all the rent, She only helped me pay rent maybe about like 3 or 4 times. That's it. Through the whole entire marriage. All the other times was always on me. So I know her car was there. So I'm like, this is odd. Car's here. I wasn't thinking nothing of it. I went to my apartment, dropped the stuff off, and I saw him through the screen door and heard him. And she was all hugged up with this dude, and they was kissing. I'm like, oh shit. And I'm like, when I saw that, I didn't say anything. Look, I just dropped the stuff off. I just kept it, I kept it real simple. I didn't try to bust in because once I saw it, it was a wrap.
You handled it with grace and poise. And that's what you were supposed to do.
And these are the things I was not looking for. I was not looking for at all. And what was the icing on the cake was one of my homies sent me a screenshot of her on a dating site.
Say what?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I wasn't looking for none of this. That's how funny it was. I wasn't looking for anything.
You don't have to look when you're married to somebody. God gonna show you. Gotta show you everything. You have to go looking for stuff.
I wasn't even looking for anything. And at first I was, going with divorce at first, but I started thinking, I'm like, man, did I really do everything in this marriage first? And I had to think about it, like I did. So that's why I went with, marriage counseling first. And once that happened, all those little other things occurred. I'm like, wow. I'm kind of low key glad that I made the decision that I made. And after, I was actually grateful that my truck broke down those times.
It wasn't.
Otherwise, I wouldn't even see that.
It wasn't you. It wasn't you. It was her. It was never you. So if you ever blame yourself, it's just some people, they can't be satisfied with one person, and they'll find a person to use for security, and that's it.
Yep, and after she already wanted to hold me accountable on like things that I already apologized for. And I'm like, okay, the decisions you made, you need to apologize to me when you say I didn't feel like I was your husband. That's only like one of the biggest apologies I needed her to apologize to her about. And after just own up to your decisions that you made, she couldn't do that. She didn't want to hold herself accountable. So I just thought it's crazy. But, I'm grateful that, the things that happened, the events that happened. So it didn't make me mad. It didn't make me bitter. It still made me a little grateful. And it's not going to make me, think differently for any other person I date. Because I still got to give them a chance and give them the benefit of the doubt before
But
coming to any conclusion.
You're going to be looking for red flags.
No, not even that.
You better.
I mean, there's certain red flags.
Now, anyway,
What you say?
For red flags.
What you say?
I'm not gonna search for red flags off the jump.
Say it again, Almanac.
Red flags. They're gonna present themselves.
That's what I'm saying. You better let me rephrase what I said. You're gonna notice the red flags.
Yeah.
You see, you're not gonna be so oblivious to them anymore.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing I started to notice, that I was somewhat oblivious to certain things, but there be sometimes I get home, right, and I'll basically drive maybe a good 16 hours or something. I'll be so drained that there'll be a day that I just need to relax and not really try to focus on certain things. Because sometimes driving it gets a little draining. So then when I get back home from being on the road, I just need the one day to decompress, and I can do whatever after that. But I know I did everything I could though for that my marriage, but I'm not mad
And
about
that's
it.
what's
I
right.
don't have no regrets. I don't
Yeah,
have no
that
regrets
was right. You doing
because
everything you
that's how
could
they
was
did.
right.
That's how I did it last time. I kind of had certain insecurities, but like there's some websites I did. I was making sure that a chick did not have instead of giving them a chance. So I mean, this time around, I'm still gonna give them a chance at first. But if I do see the red flags, I'm gonna address it a whole lot sooner. And they keep doing the same thing, yeah. Nuisance. Off back. But it just makes it really a lot harder for me to date a single mom of all things.
Mm.
I can
It
understand.
really makes me uninterested in dating them.
Yeah, that's kind of hard. Dating single moms is something else. Because a lot of times
Somebody
they
they
still
really
be messing
ungrateful
around.
a couple of
A
times.
lot of times they still be messing around with their baby daddy.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah, you're right about that.
Mm-hmm. And the
About
baby
that.
daddy could be sorry as hell. Didn't piss on them. Wouldn't piss on them if they was on
Shit,
fire. And the other guy would come and
crazy
pick
thing,
up the slack.
my ex-wife, baby daddy, married.
Oh, that was a red flag right there. That was telling you
Well,
right there she was a hoe.
no, she didn't even know though. That was the thing, basically, because
She told you she
pretty
didn't know.
much,
You
it was
knew.
just
You
funny,
know
but it's pretty
somebody.
much.
Yeah, you know somebody
She
married and
didn't
not
know
by
until
their
after
parents.
they got pregnant.
Okay, but let me tell you this.
Well, because they work
If
together.
you're
That's the
not
thing. They work
if
together. So
if you're not spending, she knew he was married. That's the lie she told. If he's not spending holidays with you, he's not bringing you home to his mom and his family, something is wrong. So she knew, especially if they work together. She didn't want to know. She knew. Don't believe that lie.
uh, I believe that lame ass lie for the longest. But I mean, the thing was, she didn't know that. Not even the wife knew that. He was messing around, having another kid on her, and all that other stuff too. So it's quite messy with that shit. Quite messy.
The wife ain't gonna know until later. But she knew he was
But
married, and I bet you she knew who his wife was too.
well, pretty much she forgave him. His wife forgave him. And well, forgave him for the shit that he did. That's the part that's funny. But it's like basically her baby daddy's wife still basically checks in on my stepson from time to time. So
Oh, that's
that's
good.
that's the most funniest thing. But
And they still married.
yeah, they still married. That's probably the most funniest thing. They still married, and he don't want to deal nothing with the stepson. That's how sad that shit is.
But you went and made him.
And,
See,
I treat
he
him
was
like my
married.
own. Yes. She told me she didn't know until pretty much after she got, after she had the kid. And that's when she found out.
All the signs be there, baby.
Nah, that's why she had the kid trying to force his hand.
Yep. Yes. Yes. That's what they do. Ammonize. They want to be competition, but you can never trump a man's wife, no matter how hard a woman try. No matter how much he complained about his wife,
Right.
you
If
can
he don't,
never trump
if
her.
he don't leave, then you ain't got no hand.
You ain't got none, and he's not leaving his wife unless she's
I
not a
mean,
good woman.
I've seen a couple instances where he left.
I've seen some too, but if she's not a good woman, and sometimes she could be, Because I know somebody who left their wife, and he said he regret it. He said if I had stayed with my wife instead of being with this younger girl, he said my life would be so much different.
Yep.
I agree with
Yep.
that.
But now that he's older, he see what's worse.
Only thing I'm kind of grateful for, at least she made the divorce easy. Like, I basically had the papers, and she signed them. So I didn't have to deal with no messy ass divorce. And I don't know why some women want to believe that they want to actually live the single mom life. I thought that was probably the dumbest shit in the world.
Ain't that crazy?
Yeah.
Instead of actually building with a man too. That's the part that's crazy for me. I'm like, okay,
that's
you didn't want to help me pay the bills when I was working and everything else, but as soon as we're not together, that's when we decide to get a decent job to pay all the bills. I'm like, you stupid. I'm like, man. So I was like, instead of us basically working together, you'd rather do all it by yourself.
Who wants to be a single mom? It ain't easy. Lord, that baby crying at night. All I can say is thank you, God.
I swear that's a dilemma for social media, because you know how a lot of people, a lot of women be on social media just doing dumbass posts a lot of times.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, man, my ex-spouse posts so damn much, it's ridiculous. Like, I remember one time she was post like 30 posts in 1 hour. I'm like,
about what?
Just dumb. She just like basically acting like she was being a single mom. I'm like, wow, how stupid are you? Like,
Idle mind is a devil's workshop. She needed something to do. That's what was wrong with her.
Yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm. She needed something to do.
Because I'm not one of the people that like to post a lot. That's I might post once in a very blue moon type ish, but I know daily or monthly or maybe like once every 2 years or something like that. That's when I'll make a post. Otherwise than that, nah.
That's crazy.
I'm more, I like to keep my life private a lot of times.
Yeah.
Dude, I know, certain employers, they look at your day profile, like they check all your history and everything else. Oh, you fired. I'm like, how the hell I'm fired? Because she posted this. Trying to deal with none of that.
I know that's right.
And they be following you everywhere you go. You be looking, they showing up at places you go. Or one girl, she went on vacation, and when she came back, she didn't have anything in her house. Somebody had broke into her house.
Yep, stop posting on the
I said,
exactly.
Stop posting what's in your house.
I would post it afterwards, like, okay, I'm not going to family going on vacation. I basically showed the vacation part after when I got there, after when I did it and got back home.
Yes. And then don't be having other people all up in your house too. Be careful who you have in your house.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm funny. I'm real funny, even with a lot of things. I'm just funny. They be like, you travel an hour and a half all the way to Columbia just to get a ponytail. I say yes. You could have got that done here. I'm not letting none of y'all put your hands in my head. Y'all not transferring spirits. You see how y'all do each other. Y'all, no, let me go to this person that I know that's going to take care of my hairdresser with a straighten hair. I said she doesn't straighten my hair. I'm not sitting in the shop. I'm not sitting in the shop among y'all. No, I'm not sitting around y'all heathens. Because every time somebody
I'm
walk
funny.
out, I just got one time when the people walking in, you talking about them. The people walking out, you talking about them. The people you work with, the girl you work with, she must have
Yeah,
miscarried. Everybody who came in the shop, oh, she not here today. She had a miscarriage. And her, I don't know why she would get pregnant. Her husband got all them kids. I'm like, what the hell? Okay, so this is my last time coming to you. And I was done with it.
Too much.
What you say?
yeah.
Yep, that's too much.
Yeah, some stuff is confidential. I would never, even if we didn't work together, if it was just someone I knew, I would never tell anybody that you had a miscarriage. That's for you to tell. That's not for me to tell. That's
Exactly.
That's hella
that's for
janky. That's
you to
hella
tell.
janky for somebody to do that.
If you tell me that you had a miscarriage, that's not for me to tell anybody else, not even your mother. That's for
That's
you
completely
to
confidential.
tell.
That's your business.
Yes. And now people they want to be preachers and stuff. Talking about, oh, I'm preaching. You should come where?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Listen, I'll be like,
That's the
who,
truth.
come where? And people be like, and I know they deep down don't like me. You should come to church with me. Miss So and so is preaching. I say to myself, yeah. So you could tell them all kind of untruths and crazy stuff about me, and they could be preaching.
I don't do
And,
women preachers
mm-mm,
anyway, so I know I
mm-mm.
can go.
And then women are
Yeah,
not preachers. Women are evangelists.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah,
Women are evangelists.
go.
Women are not supposed to be preachers.
that's true.
All the evangelists that I know carry themselves way different from the women who say they are preachers. An evangelist sit under a preacher. You are not a preacher. You are an evangelist. You cannot be a preacher.
I
Why
agree.
why don't people know this? They know everything else. Why don't people know this?
They know they don't
People
care.
love to be people love to be ignorant. That's what it is.
Because
They know they
they
just don't
want the
care.
control and they want the worship of people. People want to be worshiped. They want people to worship the fact that I'm not worshiping nobody. And it's a lot of females that you just come in contact with and they want to be worshipped. I don't want nobody to worship me. Treat me as I am. Correct me so I could be right in this world. I don't
Yeah,
want you to
that's true.
worship me. No, don't. And I tell people that. I tell people, no, I'm not perfect. I'm far from perfect. I
I
just try to
agree.
keep and do things in decent and in order, but I'm not perfect. Don't worship me. And some people want to be worshipped. And I can spot them so quick. Like, it don't take me long. I'll be like, oh, she wants somebody to worship her. Right? Because they be with the people that worship them. Oh, it be all about them. It's not all about you. Nothing's all about one individual.
Yeah, I agree.
Your light is supposed to shine for everybody.
Other people ain't trying to hear nobody.
What you say?
These folks ain't trying to hear about that.
Say that again. Almond eyes.
I say these people ain't trying to hear about that.
I ain't gonna do it. I'm gonna treat you decent, but I'm not gonna worship you.
I agree.
And
I agree with that 100%.
I ain't gonna let you in my business either.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna let you
Oh
close to
yeah.
me. No, you can't. No, I'll be like, I'll tell you, I'm gonna come to your house. No, don't come to my house. No,
Yeah. I agree.
I don't have
I
company. I'll tell you straight up, I don't have company. When I used to exercise, people would be like, I want to walk with you. And I would tell
Call
them,
yourself.
I don't walk and talk. Bring your earpods because I have my earpods in.
Yep.
I listen to music when I exercise. I don't want to walk and talk. I tell y'all they'll walk with me 2, the most 3 days, and they don't want to walk no more because I tell them I can't walk and talk. No, it's not that. It's that I don't want to get caught up in no gossip. It's not about me walking and talking. I don't want to get caught up in stuff that we shouldn't be talking about.
True. I agree with you there. It's not like one of your close homies or one of your close friends, yeah, or family members. Yeah, I get it.
Even close homies, I don't do that.
You have to watch them too.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
The friends I
Oh
have,
Lord, here
I
we go.
trust them. I
Here
trust
go.
them.
Here go a cracker trolling.
What do they say?
Nigger.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, the cracker. Probably trailer
No.
park trash.
More than likely. And it's still crazy when people try to say they want to call Trump a racist or rapist, all this other stuff. I'm like, man, I'm like, you guys love the bad mouth him. I'm like, but okay, what did Trump do to you? Or what
That's what
policies
did
he
me too.
implemented that hurts you?
Could you imagine if Kamala was president?
Oh man, man, America would be a third world country. I'll be honest with you, man. But that's just Biden 2.0. None of their policies was effective for anybody except LGBTQ and immigration. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
And like what made me like didn't want to vote for Biden was when when he had that conference meeting with the Correctional Black Caucus, and he was explaining what he was going to do. I'm like, that was right there. Nope, I was done. And that's the way he did on the Breakfast Club too, saying that you don't vote for me, you're not black, bro. Nope.
That wasn't that crazy too.
Just those 2 days alone made me not want to vote for him. And once I started doing a little bit more of my research on Biden,
Did you
I
see?
voted for that. I voted for that fool.
Did you see in like the 90s or was it the 80s when he was in Congress and he was calling black people, he was calling us monsters, were you?
Animals.
Oh, animals, yeah. He can never
And
take that back.
predators.
Yes. But your son could go in the ghetto and he could go in the hood, forget the ghetto, and he could smoke his crack on top of his car and nobody bother him. Nobody
And he
bother
gets a
his
pardon.
car or anything. Nobody bother his car or anything, but we're predators. When he is a whole predator. And then from what the laptop shows, allegedly, his son had a whole relationship with the niece. So where did his son learn this foolery from? The daddy.
Him. And after he
take
had
that right after his father.
and after he was taking baths with his daughter until she was 13. Showers and all that too. So
Who's taking baths with their daughter?
Biden.
Oh.
Allegedly.
No, he actually said it.
But you know, in actuality, in church, this was years ago, we had 2 weeks where people would get up and tell their story, right?
Not the testimony.
When I tell y'all that, because our church was mixed, it was predominantly white though. We had Mexicans there also. When I tell y'all that is very prevalent.
Yeah, that's what they do. That's what they do.
One lady, and I never knew it, she was my kid. She had both of my kids. She was a teacher's aide. She said her father ripped her insides up. She thought she would never be able to have kids.
That's awful.
Y'all, she said she went to her grandma. Her grandma
They don't be
told her,
doing nothing.
listen. She went to her mama. she went to her uncle's. He said, come to find out, this was the norm in her family. And she said she did not like her husband, her father, for years. She was like,
Oh,
she left when she was like 40 something, when she had her last, when she got pregnant with her son. And she said she would never trust her father around her baby, because even though he a boy, because she don't
That
know.
don't mean nothing. That don't
He
mean
said,
nothing.
yeah,
You right.
because she don't know.
She
But her
right.
father
But that
ended
don't
up
mean nothing.
dying from cancer. Let me tell y'all something too. And on my paternal side, there was a guy. There was somebody, and I was close to her. She was older, and she had sons. But I didn't know these 3 sons wasn't for her husband when I was little.
Ooh, no.
When I was little. Right? So
I got a family side
listen,
that
one of the sons that was her son, just listen, that was her son. My cousin was always angry. And I never knew until I got older and I started working around boys. And I would think back to why he's always angry. But I couldn't put my finger on it. But I would be like, this could be a reason. I never knew, because I was like, Faith about her husband. He quiet and he to himself. He always quiet and to himself. The oldest daughter, she moved. She became a traveling nurse. She don't stay home. She ain't come home like that. Come to find out, he was sleeping with them. The son that was angry, that was his son, was trying to protect everybody else and his little brother, everybody under him. But I said, I could not believe it would be the person that you least expect. He didn't do drugs. He was always in church, always around the house. And then his oldest son had a coke problem. And I was like, after I figured it out, I said, that's why these kids got these problems. I said, that's why them boys got the problems. And that's why he married her, and
Yeah,
she
you
had
got to
3
stop trying to
boys.
see this shit. You got to watch these men, because half the
I
time they don't
Yup.
want you, they want your
I
kids.
said he married her because she had 3 boys before him.
Yeah.
And he acted so lovey-dovey, because she said he was so affectionate and just so loving. And then when she died, the one that was angry didn't make it to the hospital in time. Me and her was close. She died of cancer. And she just told the other kid, she said, tell him he got to let go. He just got to let go. And all I could do was shake my head, because I think I would have protected my kids a little more. But she was a sweet person that I could relate to, talk to, and confide in, that I couldn't be angry with her. But that wasn't right. When I tell y'all, the majority of white people stood up in that church and say how they were molested, raped by their daddies, it'll make your head spin.
yeah, right about that.
And they will say how they started doing meth. That's why they started doing drugs. And they will say how nobody protected them. Even the grandmothers just turned their back. And that's when they will realize that this was a common thing in the family.
All right, y'all. We got to wrap this up, because we're gonna be back in about 2 hours.
Oh, you coming back?
Yeah, we coming back.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah. We're gonna come back with the what would you do? Because I want to know what y'all would do.
You coming back with the what?
What would you do? I got a
What
scenario. I want to know what y'all would do.
we do if what?
I ain't gonna tell you now. You gotta wait for the show.
Oh, your questions. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Wait for the show. All right, gotcha.
All right, we'll be back.
Yeah, y'all, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we'll be about 2 hours. So yeah, you know what I'm saying? Get your water, you know what I'm saying, get tea, whatever you doing, and we gonna be back.
All right,
Girl,
for
I
sure.
don't know. My husband dead. God rest his soul. My son made him a steak. I guess he said she ain't starving me tonight.
I know that's right. Ain't nothing
It
wrong.
Hey, you
smells
can't
good
go wrong
too.
with steak.
It smells
I
good
Better
too.
tell your son, like, you better give me some of that steak too.
Look, I'm already upstairs for the night. I'm not going back downstairs. All
You
right,
smell
I'll
that
see
steak,
you.
you might have to mess around and get that steak.
For real, tell them bring it to you.
Yep.
I don't need it this late at night. I gotta digest that mess. But we coming back at 11:16.
Yeah, about 11:15. So we'll be back.
For sure.
All right.
Yeah. I get y'all the link.
All
All right, y'all. So yeah, we started out with the president and his remarks in Fort Bragg, and then as we do on this channel, we took a turn. But that's what we do. We about real life and seeing how, you know what I'm saying, real life affects real people. So I appreciate everybody who came and hung out. If you have not, make sure you hit the like button. If you have not, make sure you subscribe. Again, like I said, we'll be back in about 2 hours. I have a what would you do scenario, and I want to know how y'all will handle this and if the person involved handled this correctly. Again, this is Alma I-78. I appreciate y'all for hanging out. I will see y'all in a few. So get your snacks, get your popcorn, get your tea, get your drink, whatever it is you're gonna be doing, and get comfortable because it's gonna be a good one. See y'all in a few.